Yep. Just a minute, guys. Just waiting for some stuff to load up. What is going on with Iceland's volcano? Oh. So a volcano in Iceland near the Grandavik has erupted yet again. Um, doesn't really say too terribly much other than it's erupted again. So it's the seventh time this year that that same volcano has erupted. Now, this volcano apparently had been inactive for near 800 years. So, I guess it's just kind of catching up. So, um, that's about all there is on that one. Alrighty, let's see if I can get back on track with some of these videos that just were not loading right. Yeah, now everything's loading just fine. Amazing. So we left off talking about the poly markets and them setting up the bidding or the betting on a nuclear strike, which is standing at about 18% probability that it will happen. So this here, this is Russian plans to hit Ukraine with a new ballistic missile to test it in combat conditions. Okay, so this new ballistic missile. Get the exact facts on it. I have everything saved. I just got to pull it up. So it's a RS-26 intercontinental ballistic missile that is capable of carrying nuclear weapons on it. They are planning to test launch this in a combat situation. They are going to use it to attack Kyiv in Ukraine. And it will be armed with conventional warheads, not nuclear. Okay? So the launch can be carried out from the test site in the Astrakhan region. Meanwhile, the Spanish embassy in Kyiv has announced that it will not provide services during the day due to possible security threats. So I don't know if this is what the United States intelligence was gathering about a possible strike, which is why they dismissed all their embassy personnel or what. So Russia is going to try to launch one of these ballistic missiles. It's a new ballistic missile. They're going to test it in a combat scenario. This is how big it looks. That's the size of it. Yeah, it's very sizable for a intercontinental ballistic missile. So that should be interesting, if and when that occurs. So, according to the CIA, Moscow can inflict an unprecedented missile strike on Ukraine and Kyiv within the next 48 hours. So, whatever intelligence they're picking up, I want to reiterate that last night's urgent message that went out to U.S. embassies, or the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv, as well as other countries' embassies, at the behest of the United States intelligence community. They did not give a time frame for this event to happen. They never once stated, within the next 12 hours or 24 hours, nothing. But according to CIA intelligence, they are saying maybe within the next 48 hours. And this was early this morning that the CIA intelligence briefing came out. So we shall see. So, I was talking about this earlier. There's a lot of banter back and forth. Russia is stating purely that everything that came out about the whole attempted airstrike on Kyiv and everything else is fake. It's propaganda. It's nonsense. Okay? So Ukraine's military intelligence says Russia staged a massive psychological operation involving the mass distribution of fake messages about an imminent missile attack on Kyiv. This is according to Reuters. Again, we don't know, folks. That's the biggest part, is that all of them lie. There's not a truthful one amongst them. So we have no idea if this strike's actually going to happen, if they're going to test that intercontinental ballistic missile. We just don't know until something actually happens. And that's just the nature of things right now. So, this, again, I can't fully substantiate it, but it's coming from, NBC, that there is credible intelligence that nuclear missile movements have been detected in the middle of Moscow. So, in and around Moscow, the intelligence community has seen the movement of nuclear weapons. And that's not the only place. I got a couple more reports that I found where they saw missile movement. Nuclear missiles, not just regular munitions, long range, medium range. So, again, got some issues coming, folks. So again, like I said, we are jumping topics, just because I browse and I save, so it doesn't save in a particular folder or anything like that. I'm sure I could probably save that, start doing that. And that might actually work in the future, so I'll look into it. So we have here the incoming Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller. He is going to lay out exactly what's going to happen on day 1 of Trump's administration, January 20th at 12:01 p.m.
The moment that President Trump puts his hand on that Bible and takes the oath of office, as he has said, the occupation ends, Liberation Day begins. He will immediately sign executive orders, sealing the border shut, beginning the largest deportation operation in American history, finding the criminal gangs, rapists, drug dealers, and monsters that have murdered our citizens and sending them home. No one will be allowed to enter the country illegally, and ICE will be empowered in partnership with FBI, DEA, ATF, the National Guard, to fully seal and secure the border with CBP and to find and identify the criminal threats that are inside this country and send them back home. We saw that heartbreaking testimony, Sean. Laken Riley, that precious, beautiful young woman, fought for her life against an illegal alien imported by Biden-Harris for 18 harrowing minutes. She fought for her life. And we are going to honor that extraordinary woman. And we're going to honor every victim who has suffered. Under President Trump's leadership, we're going to honor that suffering by unleashing a righteous wave of justice and sending these criminal migrants back home.
Just like that. Alrighty. So here we got some more propaganda video coming out. This is tied into Polymarket, the betting that is currently going on. So there will be a nuclear strike by the end of the year. Bookmakers accept bets. I estimate the chances at 10%. That was Polymarket. It is interesting that yesterday, against the background of the news about the approval of the new nuclear doctrine of the Russian Federation, the indicator reached 18% probability of a nuclear strike occurring. So now North Korea is threatening the United States that once it intervenes on behalf of Ukraine, it will launch ballistic missiles at United States territory. So in all likelihood, they're going to attempt to attack Guam. Guam is one of our Pacific staging points. Guam is a United States territory. We have military there. We have a lot of military there. So that is in all likelihood where North Korea would attempt to attack if they actually follow through. We all know how Kim Jong-un is. He is he's a preening peacock. Okay, he just likes to stomp his feet, scream and yell, and get attention on his tiny little country. So we have that possibility now coming. If that's an if. So they earlier today there was at least 14 very large explosions that were heard in the Kursk region after the UK Storm Shadow cruise missiles were reported to have been launched by Ukraine at Russia for the first time. So the United States, Ukraine, and I believe it was France had given permission for the use of long-range missiles by Ukraine against Russia into the interior of Russia. 2 days ago, Ukraine fired 6 American-made long-range ballistic missiles at the Bryansk region. Yesterday, or their yesterday, our early morning hours, they fired Storm Shadow cruise missiles belonging to the UK. The UK gave them to Ukraine, and they have now been fired at the Kursk region inside of the Russian territory. Flung poo fighter. That's terrible. Oh, that is terrible. We have here evidence of these missiles being fired by Ukraine into Russia's Kursk region. This is a Bloomberg report. Yeah.
Ебать. Ёба. Бля, я в машине сидел, выбежал аж. О. Ебать, блядь. Взрывают сейчас. Вон там дым идет. Еще они там забомбили. Еще один прилет летит. Ебать! Ебать нахрен. Вот это взрывы, а? Серег, хрен его знает. Мы, наверное, сейчас ломанемся отсюда. Ебать, бля. Пиздец, хрен знает. Я здесь сейчас, бля. Ебать, бля, пиздец. Ебать, блядь, пиздец. Дым идет, сука, везде. Прямо на помаре хреначат, бля. Не знаю, бля. Хуй знает, где сейчас пацаны там. Ебать нахрен, сука. Вот это взрывы. Именно Марина наша взрывает, бля. Именно. Ебать нахрен, сука. Пиздец, Серега. Бля, нам надо ломиться оттуда, Серега, бля. Я хрен его знает. Прям по наш, здесь на нашу территорию взрывают, там хрен его знает. Вояки вон здесь, бля. Именно что сюда стреляют, бля. Хрен его знает, что за прилеты, бля, это были. Везде вон дым идет. Ебать нахрен, бля. Серега, здесь что-то, бля, нездоровый канитель, бля. Не знаю, где там бомбили, но прям на территории хреначили там, ближе к охране. Так что как-то так, Серега, хрен его знает, бля. Дым, бля. Вроде утихло. Хрен его знает.
So it's, you know, for me, it's not compelling evidence, but very loud booms. You guys know I like the booms and the explosions. So saw a few reports, you know, regarding the same stuff. So we got here Jesse Waters. He's awesome. Love him. It's a good video.
Disney just announced it's removing trans characters, and Berkeley's cracking down on homeless encampments. The whole world's changing. The deep state's starting to lawyer up, and K Street is scrambling. Lobbyists are freaking out because they don't know any of Trump's cabinet picks.
Yeah, they are freaking out, and it's awesome watching the meltdown. But in my mind, it's a little too late for Disney or any other major organization. I don't forget. I don't forget what they did. I'm still not going to give them my money, and nor should anybody else. That boycott should continue indefinitely. That's just my opinion. So we have here a fire spotted at on a rooftop in Soho in Manhattan, New York. Not sure how, not sure why, but it happened and it was a cool video. So why not? So I have here NATO's newest members, Finland and Sweden, provided fighter escorts to the U.S. Air Force Bomber Task Force on its latest transit across Greenland, Barents, and the Baltic Seas. So copyright issues, can't play the music, but I'll show that one more time. Still pretty cool. Alrighty. So here we have North Korea sends additional weapons and maintenance units to Russia. So tell me this isn't a world war without telling me it's a world war. And then we have ammunition shipments from South Korea to Ukraine have resumed according to this flight tracker. That's more so up Danielle's alley. I haven't heard from her today. I know she was super busy, so I'll make sure to get her opinion on that, unless we have a flight guru in this chat room. But that's what they are saying this particular flight is. So apparently, and I don't know how everybody feels about this. I'm kind of appalled, really. A church in Switzerland is now using an AI hologram of Jesus to take confessions from worshippers. I really, really don't like that idea. Yeah, there's just something very stomach turning about the thought. So LeBron James has announced that he is stepping away from all social media indefinitely. We're just winning all over the place, folks. Absolutely glorious. You know, LeBron, who can sit here and lecture America on its racism and treatment of people of color, all while advertising and promoting merchandise made by slave labor in China. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's as much sense as Leonardo DiCaprio scolding us on our carbon footprint while he jets around the world in a private jet and a private yacht. Okay, so we have here Miss Laura Ingraham. She's awesome. This is about 3 minutes long. Biden and Harris are leaving America in a bad world. This is according to Elbridge Colby. This is a warning. A depleted military, reckless decisions, and no clear strategy. This is a crisis of leadership.
Use of nuclear. He lowered Russia's threshold for the use of nuclear weapons. Joining me now, Elbridge Colby, former Deputy Assistant Defense Secretary. Elbridge, so I guess Putin could be bluffing here, right? But should Biden, at the end of his term, be taking that risk and putting the Trump administration, incoming administration, in this position?
Well, absolutely not, Lauren. Great to be with you. I mean, first, the American people have delivered a resounding mandate for President Trump to go in a very different direction and try to end the war in Ukraine, and Biden seems to be undermining him here. And even more, Laura, the step doesn't even seem to make sense. The Biden administration basically admitting in the New York Times that the step is unlikely to materially change the military situation. Neither the Ukrainians nor we have sufficient weapons of this type, the ATACMS. And the Russians are continuing to move forward. The Deputy National Security Advisor admitted down in Brazil yesterday, I believe, that the situation is extremely difficult, and the Russians will always up the ante. So it's this perfect example of the Biden symbolism over effectiveness, which is something that's still very dangerous because, as Lavrov pointed out, Putin himself has made significant threats. And the nuclear thing is very serious, but I would just stress that it's a lot more on the table. Horizontal escalation with the Houthis, with Iran, with North Korea, with China, et cetera. So this is, I mean, just digging us deeper into the hole without any sort of progress.
No, it's so terrifying given the fact that this man can't even find his way into a G20 photo shoot. and he's getting us deeper involved in this. By the way, Elbridge, this just in from the Washington Post. President Biden has now authorized the provision of anti-personnel, love that, anti-personnel landmines to Ukraine.
Yeah,
what?
I mean, they're trying to pull off all the restrictions that they'd held for the last 2.5 years, and in this sort of last, gasp of while they still have the policy ability, maybe trying to tie President Trump's hands. And it's not gonna work. The Russians have mobilized their society, they've mobilized their military, they're moving forward, unfortunately. Even more, Laura, and you and I have talked about this, and I don't want to go back too much, but over the last couple of years, we've, I think, predicted that this kind of thing would happen.
We did.
The other thing that happened today is Admiral Paparo, the head of Pacific Command, admitted that our weapons stockpiles are, in fact, very depleted. Things like Patriot and air defense missiles, things you and I have been saying for several years. Here's something, Laura, I think is so important to stress, is Biden and Harris are leaving President Trump and Vice President Vance with in a deep, deep hole. And people have to calibrate expectations accordingly because, if we're going to avoid this iceberg, if you're going to make a 90-degree turn, people are going to fall out of the bunks. It's going to be dangerous. People have to be realistic. We're in a bad world because of their leadership.
Elbridge, this is terrifying, but yes, you did predict most of this 2 years ago or 3 years ago. Thank you very much.
Yep. Now again, are they doing it to set Trump up so his administration is in crisis day one? Or are they doing it to try to instigate an event that is serious enough for them to stop the transfer of power and declare martial law? That's what I'm curious about. So Ukrainian channels are reporting mass activity of Russian tactical aviation in the area of the Sea of Azov. So they have been seen large movement of Russian assets repositioning themselves. Preparation and posturing and positioning. So, like I said, my subjects change back and forth. Sorry about that. I'll see if I can create some kind of folders of which to dump stuff in so we can stay on one topic at a time. This is about the humanity of a fetus.
I think what's amazing today is that with all our technology, with all our advanced science, there has never been a time in history where we have so much proof of the life of a fetus inside the mother's womb. I mean, in the 50s, in the 60s, I think the ultrasound was invented. Until then, they couldn't hear the heartbeat, they couldn't see anything. But today we have so much evidence of the humanity of the fetus that it moves and it sucks its thumb and it can recognize its mother's voice. And there's so much we know, and we can do even surgeries on babies while they're inside the womb. We can save their lives while they're inside the womb. But at the same time, there's this growing conception that it's a clump of cells and it's not worth anything.
And isn't it interesting? You can take a couple that is really excited about a baby, and they will say, we're expecting a baby.
Right.
And then you can take a couple that this pregnancy is not exactly what they're excited about, and they will call the exact same thing a lump or a cluster of cells.
Right.
And it's in the eyes of the beholder, but it has nothing to do with facts. It has to do with how they feel about that.
Right. So that begs a really deep question of does our worth come from our being as human beings, or does it come from the circumstances in the life we're born into?
Yeah, you guys have all seen the conception video. Well, actually, since we have some new people here, we'll see if I can find it really quickly. Really, it's gonna make me do that. So it's a really, really awesome video. Oh, you have to give me a moment to find it. Here it is.
So this is the documented moment of conception. And the sperm enters the egg, and there's this poof of light that comes off of it. Scientists are studying this, and they're looking at it, and they're like, okay, well, it looks like it's a release of zinc, a burst of zinc that comes off the egg, and it creates this appearance. But any way you slice it, they can't explain away that light happens when life happens. Is that amazing? Light happens when life happens. So this is the documented
Sorry, guys, my brother came in real quick to get my dinner plate. So yeah, it's incredibly fascinating that that light comes off um, at the moment of fertilization, and it basically just kind of gives credit to the whole life begins at conception. I don't know of zinc giving off light. I mean, again, everything is possible, but they have yet to find a scientific explanation for light occurring around the egg the moment that it's fertilized. So, good luck. Good luck. So, internet connectivity decline has occurred across parts of Washington State. With let's see here, Kirkland, Redmond, and Renton among the hardest hit areas. The incident, they said, is linked to widespread power outages caused by the unusual weather that is occurring, the cyclone that we took a look at, bringing hurricane-force winds onto the northwest coast. So I found that very interesting. But, of course, it's really not making any kind of headlines really anywhere except where we look. So Donald Trump is looking to revive the Keystone XL oil pipeline on his first day back in the White House. Okay, that is three things that I wanted Trump to do on day one was to close the border, free the January 6ers, and restore the Keystone pipeline. So I've got confirmation of the border and the Keystone pipeline. I'm just waiting for that official confirmation that yes, he's going to pardon all January 6ers and they are released that motherfucking day. Excuse my language. That upsets me to no end. So apparently 6 Russian missile carriers have been deployed to the Black Sea for launching something big. This is, again, I told you guys earlier that I had several things that were confirming Russian movement of things, So we have the Russian nuclear missile movement near Moscow. We have the missile carriers in the Black Sea that have been deployed. in the last 12 hours. And then we have the movement in the Azov Sea as well. So they're preparing, folks. For what? I don't know. I don't know the level. I don't know how large scale. It's just gonna happen. Hi Danielle. I'm glad you're home safe. I kept checking to see if you jumped on Telegram or not. I hadn't seen you on. So, you were a very short duration away from me calling you because I I didn't know what was going on. I started to think bad things. So, I'm sure this ad is going to come up at some point somewhere. This is a luxury car brand, Jaguar. They have released this ad. It is a woke ad, featuring androgynous models that obviously you can tell how woke it is just by the appearance of these individuals. So, apparently it is getting roasted, and I mean roasted, all over the internet for this ad coming out and for Jaguar to, for some reason, jump on the woke train that is getting derailed as we speak. So, really, really dumb on their part. So they are going to get the Bud Light treatment, according to all of the posting that is coming out. So Germany reveals plans to mobilize national defense, about 800,000 troops. That is Germany's plan right now. Again, like I told you folks earlier, Germany is getting ready. That's their plan. They're not going to invest all of this money. None of these countries are going to invest this much money with nothing going to happen. You know? 800,000 troops. It's going to be nuts, folks. So apparently a major shakeup is coming to Daystar Network in the coming days. Whistleblowers have come forward regarding internal matters with the network itself. So that is going to be very, very interesting to see what it is that they're coming up with. So Democratic Bernie Sanders, he put up a bill today for an arms embargo on Israel. It was rejected by a majority of 79 senators who voted against it and 18 who voted for the bill. So again, another failure on Bernie Sanders' part. The gentleman just needs to honestly leave DC and go back to admiring Russia's breadlines. So apparently New Zealand has finally decided to designate Hezbollah as a terrorist entity. Took them long enough, but hey. So this was in Beirut about 20 minutes ago. It's not shock and awe, but still, you know, loud and booming. Rudy Giuliani's new attorney, Joe Camarata, he is not going to let them trample on the rights of Mayor Giuliani. They are really destroying Giuliani. They are. It pisses me off. New York doesn't deserve the man. So Senate Democrats confirm. Yeah, we're actually. I'm sorry, I already covered that one. I'm rereading some stuff here. Sorry. Apparently, undercover FBI foils a terror plot to bomb New York Stock Exchange before Thanksgiving. Florida man Haroon Abdul Malik Yanir was arrested in this attempted scheme. That would have been interesting. Woke anti-Trump mayor tries for HUD cabinet post. Dallas Mayor Eric Johnson, best known for his controversial change in party affiliation from Democrat to Republican. Sorry, guys, advertisements. Go away. Sorry. He changed his party affiliation from Democrat to Republican, and he is attempting to get a spot in President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet, according to sources within the administration itself. He's interested in leading the Department of Housing and Urban Development, a position held by Dr. Ben Carson during the first Trump administration. Questions and speculations have been raised about the motives behind the mayor's decision to publicly announce his affiliation change, especially as the election cycle was so close. Some in Trump's orbit have even wondered if it was an attempt to align himself with the administration early to further his political agenda and status. Mayor Johnson not only turned Republican, but also backed President-elect Donald Trump in the March primary, even though he had adamantly opposed the former president during the 2020 election, as did the majority of people that are now supporting Trump. The mayor's now deleted social media posts reveal his far-left views. This is one of those we shall wait and see type of situations. I personally think that, yeah, he's trying to advance himself, which is fairly typical, but it is what it is. You can't stop him.
This just in. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Comcast, the parent company, is about to announce it's spinning off MSNBC into a separate venture. It'll no longer live under the same umbrella as NBC News. Ratings and profit are down, and MSNBC is on its own now. Biden certainly didn't help. They had to cover up for the big guy, and it got them nowhere. They ended up with no access, no influence, and no audience. Joe still won't talk to anyone.
Mr. President, happy early birthday! For your birthday, will you talk to us, sir? As a gift to the press, will you please talk to us? Mr. President, President Biden! Please, we haven't heard from you all trip! Mr. President!
How's the media going to cover the story if the main character's in hiding? Now they're depressed, divided, and searching for meaning. Talking about Trump's landslide's no fun. So now they're seeing how far they can go and what they can get away with and wondering aloud into a microphone, can anyone hear me? Is anyone listening?
You have to boil it down to nuts and bolts, and you have to be pithy. What do I mean by pithy? How about this? Republicans want to kill your kids.
Republicans want to kill your kids. That's from a Washington Post reporter who sounds like she's trying to get fired by Bezos. Maybe Jennifer Rubin wants to be fired to know she's alive. It's better than getting ignored.
Yep, the liberal media is crumbling. It's really, really awesome, guys. Welcome back, Colette. I hope you enjoyed your family time. Let's see here. So, again, this is another report. Like I said, I saw multiple today. Ukraine reportedly used British-made Storm Shadow missiles to strike Russian military targets for the first time. This follows Kyiv's inaugural deployment of U.S.-supplied ATACMS missiles on Russian soil earlier in the week, which was authorized by Joe Biden. So now we have two nuclear-armed countries, United States and UK, that have authorized the use of long-range missiles into Russia, which Ukraine has now used. So that is now not once but twice that Zelensky has called Russia's bluff. So this is what happened to Jay Leno. Danielle and I were talking about it last night. Poor man got messed up. He claimed to have fallen down a hill at the Hampton Inn. So what? I mean, it's definitely possible that he fell down the hill. I know he is definitely dealing with a lot with his wife. She is in mental decline. I don't remember if she has Alzheimer's or dementia, but either one is terrible, and for the family members, uh, everything that they go through. So, um, she could have lost her mind and beat the hell out of him for all we know. But he's not in good shape. So apparently we have Mr. Rhino Lindsey Graham. He shocked the GOP today. He is throwing his full support behind Matt Gaetz for Attorney General after meeting with Gaetz and J.D. Vance. He is also urging his fellow Rhiners to ditch the Gaetz lynch mob and to support Gaetz as well as the Trump agenda, which seems very, very odd to me. So, I don't know. A lot of weird things are happening, folks. Just so much weird. So I was talking about this a little while ago that there were people that were complaining that Elon Musk was, basically attached at Trump's side and feeding his ear about who should be selected for varying cabinet positions. So Elon Musk emerges as Trump's closest confidant, and not even a close second. From Elon himself, I really enjoy spending time with the president. My direct experience is that he is a great guy with an excellent sense of humor. Haven't seen him do one bad thing even once. To be clear, while I have offered my opinion on some cabinet candidates, many selections occur without my knowledge and decisions are 100% at the president's discretion. The large number of loyal, good people at Mar-a-Lago who have worked for Trump for many years is also very telling. People can sometimes be very good at hiding their own bad moral character, but they cannot hide the moral character of their friends and colleagues. So even I had a question about that, like, is Elon getting a little too close and, kind of advising where he shouldn't be advising? So it was a question I had, but as long as the job gets done at this point, because stuff needs to change, it can't stay the way that it is. Let's see here. So we have here another Laura Ingraham video. I love Laura Ingraham, so
Make no mistake, Mitch McConnell is absolutely trying to knife Rick Scott and ensure that President Trump's agenda is blocked. Mitch McConnell has done more harm to this country than I would argue that Schumer has. And the fact is that Thune and Cornyn, if they really loved this country and they wanted to back this president, they would stand aside and let Rick Scott be the majority leader.
And that's a fact, but they're not going to. So we have here another crazy liberal. Now, I've seen this lady doing multiple videos. I gotta wonder if this is just her on purpose or if she's really this insane.
Not sure why no one understands how I feel. You guys know that my husband turned Republican this term. I don't know why. I threw his ass out of the house. And I have to do more. I don't want to shave my head because that's going to hurt him. I'm going to look ugly. So I'm not doing that. I think I'm going to sleep with his friends. I think that's the only way. I think sleeping with his friends will do. What do you guys think? His liberal friends, of course.
She was in the house giving the exact same spiel in her last video, so she's got to be doing it just for clicks. I'm just saying. I mean, she's definitely not all there mentally. But yeah. What? Nothing much from them today. So the IDF has issued an evacuation warning for residents in the Dahi Beirut area. The IDF spokesperson for Arabic, Colonel Avarchi Adrai, has issued an evacuation warning for residents in certain areas of the Dahi district in Beirut. So they are still working, still getting it going. So Bitcoin rose to a fresh record high of just shy of 95,000 today after a report that Donald Trump's social media company was in talks to buy crypto trading firm BKKT.in. Opens new tab boosted expectations of a crypto-friendly regime under his incoming administration. Bitcoin, the world's biggest and best known cryptocurrency, has more than doubled this year. It was last at 93,709, up from 1.6% after hitting an all-time high peak of $94,982.37.
On behalf of HHS, they are not equipped to do this mission. That's why 320,000 children are gone.
Yeah, and in fact, I wanted to point that out because we had the shocking report come from DHS across our desks in August. And here are the sad statistics that are contained in that report. A total of 448,000 unaccompanied children transferred to HHS between the years 2019 and 2023. 32,000 of them failed to appear in court. 291,000 of them were not even given notices to appear. So we have a total of 323,000 children whose status is unknown. And here's the ICE conclusion from that report. Without an ability to monitor the location and status of unaccompanied children, ICE has no assurance UCs are safe from trafficking, exploitation, or forced labor. The red flags, Tara, were there all along, yet HHS just seemed to ignore them.
Yes, they did. And what's shocking is that trafficking has been going on in this program since 2013 and 2014. Children were lured. Now, I didn't know that when I raised my hand to help the Biden administration with this border crisis. I thought I was going to do puzzles and play games with children. I was told this was a family reunification program. That's not what's happening at all. The children told us they're being lured away from their families. This is a family separation program. These children are brought here to the United States and carelessly turned over to MS-13, 18th Street Gang, other transnational criminal organizations. This is appalling, and I blew the whistle in June of 2021. It's now 3 years, 5 months, and 3 days since I said they were trafficking children. And there have been whistleblowers before me. This is appalling, and they just simply do not have the ability to run this program without turning kids over to traffickers.
Yeah, this DHS report raised suspicion among sponsors. One sponsor apparently signed for 2,500 different children. We had Tom Homan here yesterday, the incoming border czar. He said that one of his top priorities on day one when he starts his program is going to be to find these unaccompanied children. Here's what he said.
We got over 300,000 missing children. That over 500,000 children have been trafficked into the United States. This administration released them to unvetted sponsors, and they can't find 300,000 of them. And based on my 3.5 decades, some of these children are in forced labor. We already found some in forced labor. Some are in forced sex trafficking. Some are living with pedophiles. We need to save these children.
Real quick, Tara, because we're running out of time. How difficult a task is that going to be?
This is going to be a lot easier than anybody thinks, and as our new border czar knows, that there are some things that you can do. So you can elevate the activity of child trafficking on the NIPIF, which is the National Intelligence Priority Framework. You can actually designate child trafficking as terrorist activity. Tom knows how to go after this. And for anybody who doesn't know, Tom Homan, he has such a heart for these children, and I appreciate the time to talk about child trafficking.
Tara, we thank you so much for joining us. I know that you're about to go into the hearing.
So yeah, this is a thing that has been going on under the Biden administration, and it makes me start to wonder the intent. You know, these kids just don't disappear on their own. And you know, was you know, we know a lot about this whole demonic worship rituals. You know, I'm not going to get into specifics on this platform, but you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Is that being done on purpose? I think so. Apparently, there's such a large demand because there's so many involved. And if you guys have ever gone down the rabbit hole on that particular topic, or you know, went into the rabbit hole of adrenochrome, I'll never do that again. But is bad. And I can only imagine what the hell happened to that many freaking children. Nobody knows where they are either. So, again, I don't know the validity of this one either, but the Trump team is considering a court-martialing for the Afghan withdrawal. Trump's transition team is compiling a list of U.S. military officers involved in the 2021 Afghanistan withdrawal to explore possible court-martials, including charges as serious as treason. The effort may also establish a commission to investigate decision-making during the withdrawal, which Trump has labeled a humiliation for the United States. Again, I don't see anything here that I disagree with at all. Let's see, we've seen that. I think we've seen that one. So, we have, Democrats are attempting to hijack the Texas legislature by voting for Rhino drunkard Dade Phelan, who impeached Ken Paxton to be the state House Speaker.
Hi all, since the 2024 election is now over, we can shift our focus back onto Texas politics. As most of you know, an important vote is coming up on January 14th, 2025 for House Speaker. A interview came out from Rick Perry saying that Dade Phelan has the votes to pass through. I'm presuming that those votes are 62 Democrats and 11 Republicans, so What we need to be doing is making some noise right now. We have 88 Republicans in the House of Representatives for Texas. You need to be calling them up, letting them know that you want David Cook as your speaker so we can get some conservative bills passed through, protect our border, possibly get school choice going, along many other conservative values. So please call your representatives up and make some noise and let them know that it's important to get David Cook as our House Speaker.
Republicans need to get off their butts, start doing their damn jobs. That's all I gotta say. Just enough is enough.
A lot of the J6ers had trials coming up over the next few weeks that had been postponed till after the inauguration because the judges said, well, you know, they could be pardoned. Yours is set for December. Has that been postponed as well?
It has not been postponed as of right now, but isn't that slightly just an admission of guilt by the DOJ and by these corrupt federal judges, knowing that
Yes.
their cases aren't going to stand the muster against a new Department of Justice and against, you know, a new Attorney General, Matt Gaetz, knowing that, you know, these political show trials, as what they are completely going to be moot and irrelevant as soon as an actual, you know, constitutional administration takes office and rights the wrongs that we've been, you know, just absolutely slammed with in these courtrooms, the biased DC jury pools. I mean, this is my question to everybody out there that says, well, some of the more, you know, violent or some of the more, you know, static of the January Sixers shouldn't deserve pardons. I ask you this question. Show me one of them that's got a fair, impartial jury trial in Washington, D.C.,
Right.
and I'll agree with you. We have no chance of justice here in D.C. Due process has been violated. January 6th was a complete entrapment by the federal authorities.
Yep. So this gives me hopes that the three things that I wanted to see would be taken care of. That's all I wanted to hear. Those are my top three things, day one. After that, rip DC apart. Just go ahead and take care of it. So, oh boy, ex minister. Okay. Okay, what do we got going on over here? Ow. So, Jeremy Corbyn, former leader of the ruling British Labour Party, has demanded the Prime Minister Keir Starmer immediately clarify the situation around UK Storm Shadow missiles. Corbyn thinks that the Prime Minister is obliged to inform members of Parliament whether UK long-range weapons were used for strikes deep into Russian territory. The Prime Minister should make a statement to Parliament immediately to confirm whether UK missiles have been fired into Russia. He must tell the British public if this means we are now at war with a nuclear power, what risk this poses to the people in Britain, and why this action was taken without any approval from Parliament. According to Corbyn, this he wrote on his X social network account. On Wednesday, Bloomberg and then a number of British media outlets reported, citing their own sources, the first instance of British Storm Shadow missiles being used to strike deep into Russian territory. Starmer's office at 10 Downing Street refused to confirm or deny this information for operational reasons. Oh boy. It's happening. So the French foreign minister, so this is the first I've seen on France. France has been kind of in the shadows in regards to all of this. French Foreign Ministry spokesman Christophe Lemon refused to disclose the amount of Scalp long-range missiles delivered to Kyiv. Obviously, we know the number of Scalp missiles we shipped to the Ukrainians. I cannot tell you the exact amount now, but there were shipments, he said in an interview to the LCI TV channel. The spokesman also avoided answering if Paris supports strikes with these missiles on the Russian territory, only saying that the missiles were shipped to Ukraine and Ukraine has a right for self-defense. So give me a moment. So the range of the Scalp missiles is 155 miles. So, yay. The moment that those are fired, then that will be 3 nuclear power countries that have now allowed their munitions to be used against Russia in Russia territory by Ukraine. So Russian ambassador to Canada Oleg Stepanov condemned the North American country's approval of supply of anti-personnel mines to Ukraine, despite the fact that Ottawa itself condemns the use of such mines. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's cabinet has long forgotten about Canadian sovereignty since the authorities of the country have long acted, especially in security matters, according to the rule, what Uncle Sam says, so Ottawa will do, and don't blush about this, the diplomat told TASS. On Wednesday, Canadian National Defense Minister William Blair said that his country supports the U.S. decision to transfer anti-personnel mines to Kyiv, despite the fact that Ottawa has long been against the use of such weapons in armed conflicts. I'm against those being used. Not because of the conflict and what they do to people. I am worried as fuck that they get placed, they get forgotten, and then you got some kids in 5 years that are running around playing and they get blown up because somebody fucking forgot them. Excuse my language, but the irresponsibility of the use of those types of weapons is just, it's bad. So, the U.S. should hold dialogue with such countries as Russia, China, and North Korea, as no one wants a nuclear war, said Rear Admiral Thomas Buchanan, a senior member of the U.S. Strategic Command. We should always be ready to have a conversation because, in large measure, conversations bring people to a table to talk about common values. Nobody wants a nuclear war, the Admiral said, when asked how the U.S. should respond to actions of their potential adversaries such as Russia, China, and North Korea. The Department of State and other U.S. agencies should continue to engage our competitors in real and substantive, oh god, I can't say that word right now, dialogue. You guys know what I'm trying to say. Sorry. Just some words on some days for some reason. I could say it perfectly clear yesterday, but today I just can't. So, a U.S. State Department spokesman declined to say whether Washington provides Kyiv with targeting data for strikes inside Russia with Britain's Storm Shadow missiles. I'm not going to speak to that at all, U.S. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller said at a regular news conference. He also declined to discuss or confirm the recent presumed first strike on Russia with these missiles. Okay, Colette. Vladimir Zelensky has conceded that Ukraine currently lacks the military strength to reclaim its 1991 borders. We understand that so far we do not have that much force, so that with the weapons in our hands we could push Russia back to the line of 1991, he said in an interview with Fox News, adding that Kyiv does not intend to relinquish its claims to lost territories. Zelensky also talked about the Crimean Peninsula, stating that Kyiv is ready to bring Crimea back diplomatically, acknowledging that the Ukrainian armed forces will not be able to take back the peninsula by force. Okay, so Russian President Vladimir Putin held a phone call with President of the Central African Republic, Faustin Archange Touadéra. Not sure why that's even relevant in this, but okay. Attempts by certain NATO countries to engage in strikes deep inside Russia will not go unanswered, according to the director Sergei Naryshkin, in an interview, adding that the West realizes that Russia's nuclear doctrine changes erode NATO's attempts to inflict a strategic defeat on Moscow. Russia's Federation Council passed a law that prohibits the promotion of child-free way of life across the internet, media, movies, and advertisements. So anything and everything that you see regarding internet, media, movies, and advertisements must demonstrate family. You have to have children in all of this stuff. They are trying to promote well, not trying to promote, but they are trying to increase the birth rate in Russia because their numbers aren't looking too hot. And they want to replenish. Me personally, that is preparing for the fact that your country might be going to war. And you're going to need the bodies later. It tends to come with war, though. Especially if a country gets into a major conflict. You get the, the baby booms. We had our boomers, our baby boomers, at the start of every major conflict that the United States has been involved with. Russia's Federation Council passed a law that prohibits the promotion. I'm sorry, I just read that. The administration of U.S. President Joe Biden authorized the use of British long-range Storm Shadow missiles for strikes deep into the Russian territory. This is coming from the Times. The United States used its veto right and blocked a UN Security Council draft resolution on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict with a demand for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. The reason why the United States vetoed it is because they are not going to support unconditional ceasefire. Having unconditional, that doesn't solve any of the issues, and that allows Hezbollah, Hamas, that allows them time to regroup and rearm, and they can't allow that to happen. At least 36 people were killed and more than 50 wounded after the Israeli military delivered airstrikes. Airstrikes on targets in the city of Palmyra in the Syrian province of Homs. Russian servicemen advanced 1.5 kilometers and gained a foothold in central Kasov Yar in the Donetsk People's Republic. The Ukrainian armed forces have lost more than 400 troops, 6 infantry fighting vehicles, and 4 armored personnel carriers. In total, the enemy has lost more than 34,390 troops since the fighting began in the region. Valery Zolkazanani sought to blow up the Turkish Stream pipeline under the Black Sea when he was Ukraine's commander-in-chief, but the operation failed. Germany's Der Spiegel magazine reported Indonesia has been invited to join BRICS as a partner country. Indonesia ambassador to Russia, Jose Antonio Morado Tavares, has told the Russian news source TASS. Russian Federal Security Services arrested a German citizen who was involved in sabotaging a gas metering station in Kaliningrad in the spring of 2024 as he arrived from Poland to blow up a Russian energy facility. Vladimir Zelensky has conceded that Ukraine currently lacks the military strength to reclaim its 1991 borders. Yep, that's why he needs to get NATO in there. He's losing the manpower. They don't have the fighting skills. They just don't. They're gonna run out of equipment. So we have a satire video or a prank video.
Vice President Kamala Harris has been sworn in as President of the United States. In her first hours as President, Harris introduced a series of revolutionary policies that many are calling genius. First, she eliminated income tax nationwide. In another bold move, she eliminated taxes for seniors 60 and up while providing them with a $10,000 a month Social Security check dubbed the Golden Years Bonus. However, this benefit comes with a catch. Seniors must participate in mandatory labor camps, performing intense manual labor like road work and farming. The administration defends the camps as a valuable way to keep seniors active and contributing to society. Seniors who refuse to comply will face execution at the nearest hospital under a mandatory termination directive. These drastic measures are being hailed by some as bold and innovative, with President Harris seen as a leader who's thinking outside the box. We'll continue to follow the impact of these unprecedented policies.
Said they eliminated taxes for people 60 plus, and make up for that, seniors are now going to be required to work.
Like me.
You're 60 plus, right?
Yeah.
You got to work in a field or something now? Or
For personal reasons. Why would he drop out?
Why would she even do that, though? I don't understand.
I heard execution.
Okay, but...
What the hell?
So maybe Kamala supporters...
I'll have to try to track down the remainder of that, but that is freaking hilarious. Okay, is this even
Like this, he came.
How is that even possible? Holy Toledo. Ow.
Blood boiling. Ooh, this has my blood boiling right now. I know everybody right now is watching this Laken Riley trial. And I want to first and foremost say, I am so sorry to that family. I am so sorry to that mother who doesn't have her baby no more. This right here is why I voted. And why I've been on my platform screaming that we need to protect our kids. I have a daughter who's going to be going off to college in a little over a year. This is why I voted for Donald Trump, so we can close the freaking border and we can get these nasty pieces of scum off of our soil and keep our babies safe. You remember 4 years ago, you guys kept yelling at us, say their name, say their name. Well, guess what? Your turn, say her name. And this was a sweet, innocent child. She wasn't a convict. She wasn't a user, a drug user. She was just a freaking simple child who all she wanted to do was to go get her nursing degree and go out into this world and do good. God.
Okay, we'll watch a cool cat video. Jeez. Oh.
Well, I said it yesterday that every farmer that went to London, there'll be a farmer left behind looking after the stock. And I'm one of the farmers left behind. No one's gone to London to stay from our family because we just can't spare the manpower. But we have written to our MP. Yeah, so the weather today in the East Midlands is snowy. The water troughs are frozen. These ewes need hay. And I'm looking after 2 farms today. So it's just a little bit of extra work. So for every farmer down in London, just think of the farmers left behind that have just had their work quadrupled because they're short of hands and they've got this weather to contend with. We just want to feed you. That's all we want to do. And we love the lifestyle, but we are not cash rich. It's all in this land, and this land is everything.
Well, I'm not liking the reading on this one, guys. Oh, God. So, MEP Christine Anderson and Stefan Magnet, after the experimental laboratory in Japan, the new self-replicating genetic injection arrives in Europe. It is a new mRNA with a high risk of transmission to non-vaccinated people.
Und dieses neue oder neuartige Technologie, die zielt geradezu darauf ab, sich.
Unfortunately, we can't watch it. Well, the subtitles are not in English, and they're not speaking English. But yeah, that's gonna just keep happening. I just want to move somewhere where I don't have contact with people anymore. This is the most contact I want to have with people, is right here. Because damn, you just can't trust people. Can't trust the medical company, what they're injecting people with.
My audience, we're very well knowledgeable. We're knowledgeable about the mRNA vaccines making its way into our livestock, but you flagged the DNA aspect of all of this. You put up this. It's the USDA's veterinarian biological products. It's for licensing and permits. This was put out in August of this year, and you highlighted a lot of key important things. On multiple pages, it's listed that DNA is now being injected into these vaccines, it looks like, for certain animals. So what are you learning about this? Because this is kind of relatively new, I believe.
Well, it is. It's more expanding than new, right? So if you recall, so Brianna, a few years back, I was working with one of my people that actually works for me, but it's also a state rep, Holly Jones out of Missouri. We worked and we got a bill in Missouri to require disclosure about mRNA in our food supply. And that was mRNA, right? So, and everybody knew about that, and that went viral. It was globally viral. It was a big deal. And so people started to become aware that that's an issue. And then what that did was that led us to research, and we found several things. So first of all, we found out the number of ways that they're doing this, and also that they can actually transmit vaccines through food. You can actually be vaccinated based on what you eat. The science is there. We know it's there. We can prove it. Then, as we continued researching, I find out that, they're not only doing this with this mod mRNA nonsense, they're actually developing and doing this with DNA. Now, remember, mRNA, they say, well, it can't integrate in your cell nucleus. It can't modify your genes because it's mRNA. Now, that's a lie. It can. There are certain scenarios where it's been shown to be able to do that. And there was a study out of the Europe that showed that in a petri dish, it did integrate with, I believe, liver cells. They tested it actually does integrate in certain instances. But DNA is a different animal. Now, DNA absolutely has the potential to integrate with your own genetics. Now, if that happens in one person, that could potentially damage or alter their DNA for eternity, their line, everything. If we start modifying human genetics in just one person, that goes to their offspring, their offspring's offsprings. I mean, that could potentially modify the human genome permanently. So this is a huge, huge deal. And the fact that they're authorizing this stuff, with what doesn't even come close to adequate study, and in light of their additional work to ensure that you can ingest vaccines and be vaccinated, is just downright terrifying.
Now, Tom, what would be the reason for them to even validate why they need to do this in the first place? Because usually they have to kind of have some type of smoke screen put up to kind of push things like this through. So what's their excuse for this?
In all honesty, I don't even think there is an excuse. They're not even trying to hide it at this point. I mean, they're just doing it and they're hoping nobody notices. But I mean, the FDA essentially got away with what they did with COVID. I mean, we all know it, nobody's taken the vaccine, but they got away with it. Nobody's in jail, right? Nobody's been prosecuted. We don't know, and I can't yet prove that these DNA vaccines are transmissible through the food supply. But what we do know is that you can vaccinate someone through the food supply using certain, mRNA vaccines, other vaccines, and certain other, genetic manipulation of our food. So the question is, since the FDA has been shown to be corrupt, remember safe and effective, remember that masks work, remember 6-foot social distancing because Fauci was following the science, even though he now admits that there was literally no science to back it up. They've proven to be liars. Why in God's name would I trust them that what they're putting in my food supply couldn't transmit to me when I can show you that they're working scientifically on making sure that they can put stuff in the food supply that does transmit to me? It's ridiculous. Now, I would also suggest to the audience, if you're not afraid already, you should be, because one of the things that I would suggest is understand that Merck and some of these huge manufacturers of vaccines that are terrifying for people, they also manufacture the vaccines for animals. Now, we saw that we were lied to endlessly about the safety and efficacy of the vaccines in humans. So why should we trust anything that they're saying about animals? So the question I would ask you, Brianna, and I'd ask your audience is, how do you know that they're not putting mRNA in a ton of vaccines? How do we know what's actually in these vaccines? Who's going to check? The FDA? Well, we've proven that they're liars 1,000 times. There are no checks. So to me, what I'm doing for myself and my family, we've got a couple things. In the short term, we do our best to buy the safest foods that we can find. We do try to stick organic, and we look for companies that label beyond that, because if they're putting something on their label, listen, we keep our grass fed, we don't do minimum vaccinations, things like that. If we can find that, that's what we buy. It's hard. And we also try and partner with local farmers, and we ask them, hey, are you vaccinating at all? What vaccines are you using? Those sorts of things. Because FDA pushes these farmers to vaccinate. It tries to force them. In fact, there was actually another rule coming out of the FDA where they were going to require that pretty much every farm animal in the country be tracked electronically. Why is that? So that they can make sure that they're all vaccinated. Why is that? Well, because if they can't get us to take the shot in the arm, they want to make sure that we're eating it, right? So this is a really, really, we were successful and fighting back and getting people to say no to the modified RNA jabs that were the COVID poisons, right? The bad guys didn't stop because there was no accountability. So now they've shifted tactics and they're trying to put it in our food.
Yeah, hopefully we will get to see people held accountable. What I really, really want is to be in a position where I don't have to question the food that I'm eating. I'm pretty sure the damage is already done to everybody between the chemicals, the pesticides, whatever they're pumping into the foods, grown, as well as the animal population. It's all screwed up, guys. So in 2001, Joe Scarborough of Joe and Mika, he abruptly resigned from Congress just 6 months after being reelected amid swirling rumors of an affair with an intern. Shortly after, the body of intern Lori Klausidis was discovered in his office. Despite the suspicious circumstances, her death was officially ruled an accident. Dr. Michael Birkeland initially stated that the nature of Lori's head trauma did not indicate an accidental death, but later changed his conclusion, claiming she fainted due to a heart condition and struck her head on a desk. It's amazing how that kind of stuff happens. So here we have Russian state television unveiled a map of European countries that could be targeted for nuclear strikes if war between Russia and Ukraine escalates any further. All it takes is 3 missiles and British civilization will collapse.
Несложно предположить географию ответа в случае, если короткий пресс-релиз Белого дома станет реальностью. Под угрозой без малого все европейские столицы, если наши ракеты встанут в Калининграде, Берлин, Варшава, все Прибалты, Париж, Бухарест, Прага. Конечно, американские базы в Германии, Гармия-Шпартенкирхен, казармы Патча, Шпангдалем, Рамштайн. Особое внимание Британии, нашему традиционному врагу, так как против нее будет работать значительная часть Северного флота. Под удар Вашингтон ставит не только Лондон, но и Манчестер, Бирмингем, крупнейшую военно-морскую базу Девонпорт, Клайд в Шотландии, где король хранит ядерные ракеты Трайдент, Портсмут и Чатамскую верфь в графстве Кент. Британия в самом уязвимом положении. В принципе, достаточно 3 ракет, и эта цивилизация рухнет.
Should be interesting, folks. Next 2 months, man. Today's the 20th of November. Man, that flew by fast. So fast. What is this? Pro-Palestinian activists protested outside McDonald's in Paris, condemning the chain's complicity in the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. McDonald's sparked outrage among pro-Palestinian activists last October when its Israeli franchise announced it was offering free meals to Israeli soldiers at its branches in Israel. McDonald's has seen a decline in profits due to the ongoing Israeli genocide in Gaza, with the company pointing to boycotts over its perceived pro-Israel stance. Overall, interesting. So this was our awesome dude, Scott Pressler. He had made his way to this hearing that was going to take place today. We'll just let him. We'll just watch the video.
Good morning. Bucks County has been in the news a lot this year. Earlier, we flipped Bucks County from blue to red, and for the first time in modern history, there are more registered Republicans than Democrats here in this county. Number two, voters were disenfranchised in this county. And in fact, I want to thank Chairman Michael Whatley of the RNC and co-chair Laura Trump for suing to make sure that we had 3 additional days of early in-person voting, because voters waiting in line to do in-person, on-demand, mail-in voting were told that they couldn't vote until 5 o'clock, that the line was cut off. So thank you to the Republican Party for suing Bucks County and fighting for election integrity. And now, here before us, it's on the world stage that we have a commissioner, quote, by Diane Marsiglia, "Precedent by a court doesn't matter anymore in this country. People violate laws any time they want. And if I," meaning Diane Marsiglia, "violate this law, it's because I want a court to pay attention to it." Well, Commissioner, the court already ruled that undated and misdated mail-in ballots could not be counted. You knew that going into the meeting. And I want to congratulate the people of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This speech I'm doing right now is going to be seen by millions across the country, the Commonwealth, and the world. And I have a message. Congratulations to President-elect Donald J. Trump, the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America. Congratulations to Senator-elect Dave McCormick, and we are not going to allow Democrats to steal this seat from us. Furthermore, congratulations, because we defeated Matt Cartwright, giving President Trump an additional seat in Congress. Congratulations to Congressman-elect Rob Bresnahan. Congratulations to Congressman-elect Ryan McKenzie, defeating Democrats Susan Wild in Allentown and Lehigh. And I have a message. Peacefully, we are coming for your seat in 2027. If you don't resign today,
have at it.
I am coming for your seat peacefully. And Harvey, Commissioner Harvey, this goes for you too. You are complicit. Mark Elias and his cronies must be disbarred from practicing law in Pennsylvania, any of his cronies, for the misconduct that they did. I want you to know that I am going to spend all of my time in Bucks County for the next 3 years making sure that we take back this county. Thank you to every single patriot that showed up today. We did it!
All right, so that was again Scott Pressler, man. I like him. He's an awesome guy. 100%. I feel is solely responsible for Pennsylvania going red, for getting a red senator elected, as well as several Congress members. Outstanding work by him, and he is not done. He's going after the whole state. He's going after people, as you just heard, and more power to him. I wish I could support him in some fashion, but I'm on the other side of the country. Yes, BC, we have been watching and tracking that issue so far. From what we have seen, there has been nuclear missile movement actually in Moscow. There has been asset movement in Zov, as well as the Black Sea. They've deployed 12 oh, what was they? Hold on, I don't want to misquote myself here. Russian missile carriers. 6 of them were deployed in the Black Sea for launching something fairly large scale. And Russia came out stating that they were going to launch their new ICBM to test it in combat situation. It's going to be carrying conventional warheads and not nuclear warheads. This guy right here. So, from my understanding, that is what they are preparing to launch. It's just a matter of when. Okay.
There is an illusion in Washington and other NATO capitals that there is a red line for Russia called NATO Charter, where they have Article 5, which says that if any NATO country is attacked, all countries would come to its defense. But there is no specific language of what other countries are expected to do beyond having consultations. And it's very difficult for me to imagine, actually I have to say it's next to impossible for me to imagine that any US president would go full scale against Russia, because Russia would attack Baltic states or even Poland, attack in response to their activities against Russia, to their becoming parties, direct participants in the Ukrainian conflict. I think that it would be very important if we come to this situation to have what I would say a straight talk with the new American administration.
So, only Americans can launch ATACMs, and this is why. The U.S. is getting bogged down in the Ukraine conflict despite assertions to the contrary. American servicemen are involved in the ATACM missile guidance and coordinating their pre-flights to deliver the strikes. We can say this with complete confidence according to Alexander Mykolaiv, head of Russia's Bureau of Military Political Analysis. 5 U.S.-made Army tactical missile systems ATACM missiles were intercepted, and 1 was damaged by an S-400 and Pantsir air defense systems on November 19th. Ukrainian forces launched 6 missiles at Russia's Bryansk region at 3:25 a.m. U.S.-made ATACMs use satellite navigation data that is provided by the U.S. military. Hold on one second. Sorry, guys, had to check on my kid real quick. U.S.-made ATACMs use satellite navigation data that is provided by the U.S. military target selection, and their coordinates is carried out by U.S. military technical specialists. The process of loading the flight mission into the missile's guidance head is conducted by U.S. soldiers. The launch cannot be carried out without the American officers, said Mykolaiva. Americans wouldn't transfer either the algorithms or the codes or the mechanisms for entering coordinates into the ATACM missiles to officers of the Ukrainian armed forces. American security expert Echo, the Russian scholar, speaking on the Judging Freedom podcast on Tuesday, former Marine Corps intelligence officer Scott Ritter stated that ATACMs cannot be operated by anyone but the United States. The guidance system and the data that is going in is developed by the Pentagon's Geospatial Analysis in Europe. The data, classified using National Security Agency cryptology, is communicated from the European site to a downlink station in Ukraine manned by U.S. specialists. It is then loaded up on the ATACMs again by U.S. specialists, so the mission is planned by the U.S., the data is loaded into the missile, and when the button is fired, it's being fired by the U.S. against Russia, according to Ritter. Only Americans can do it. The Kremlin has repeatedly warned the U.S. against growing involvement in the Ukraine conflict. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov has said that the U.S. green-lighting Ukraine strikes deep inside Russia with ATACMs means a qualitatively new situation in terms of Washington's involvement. So, BC, I don't know what they're going to do as a retaliation, because their doctrine is very clear. They're not gonna just go after Ukraine. They are gonna go after whatever country assisted Ukraine in shooting off long-range munitions into Russia's interior. Them shooting off this ICBM, I don't know if that's in retaliation or if this was already pre-planned prior to that happening. For some reason, it doesn't. This seemed This seemed developed prior to this all taking place, because all of this is just taking place within the last 48 hours, between the authorization, the firing of. For some reason, I don't think that this ICBM launch is going to be their response to this. I think their response is going to be absolutely, completely something else. I don't know why I have that feeling, but it's I don't know. It's just that gut feeling. How things are playing out, how they're laid out. This just came around too quickly, if that makes sense. To me, it just came out way too fast. You know, it's in less than 24 hours. Oh, we're gonna launch an ICBM. I think this was pre-planned. This launch, particularly, because it's not carrying nukes. It's just carrying warheads, and they want to test it in a combat situation. And since they're in a combat situation, they might as well go ahead and test it. I think the response to the launch of the long-range missiles by Ukraine belonging to the United States and the UK is going to be a completely different response, and it's going to be bigger than just this. That's just my opinion. So, we have a list here of countries that prohibit adoption of children by LGBTQ couples. China, India, North Korea, South Korea, UAE, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Pakistan, Syria, Poland, Romania, Vietnam, Sri Lanka, Niger, Kenya, Belarus, Azerbaijan, Hungary, Serbia, and Venezuela. It's all around Putin changing the Russian nuclear doctrine. Marcy, you're right. This response shows good plan. Yeah, and thing is that I don't think that it's a response. That's the crazy thing. I don't see the ICBM being a response. I see it as just legit 100% a test. I think they were already planning this test for some time. This just gives them, opportunity to do it, because now their red line has been crossed. Now they have a good opportunity to go ahead and launch an ICBM, because when you pull out an ICBM, that sparks a lot of concerns across the world. Just the four letters ICBM, that scares people. So them pulling it out now makes sense, but I think it was pre-planned, that it was already on the books to test it. Now they get to test it in a combat situation, and now it's not as shocking to the world that an ICBM is coming out. So again, I think it is quite literally just a test. The real response is coming. Yes, we were talking about that yesterday with the communication cables being cut. They're trying to blame a Chinese vessel that went through that area around that time. As I was telling folks yesterday, and you're a military man, we have several military people in here. When war is afoot, when things are about to go down, the first thing to go, you're going to start to see the communication disruptions occur. You start to sabotage communication infrastructure, and then from there you start to go for other critical infrastructure, mainly the energy sector, as well as the transportation sector. You can go after water. You go after military. People tend to shy away from going after the health sector. Just in general, that's kind of a, you don't do it. Okay, you leave the health alone, but everything else you can go after. So in my mind, we're gonna start to see an increase in communication outages, situations like the cables being cut. You're gonna potentially start to see towers go down. What I'm batting around in my head, and I don't know if I'm just off the rocker, tinfoil hat type of thing, but the satellites that Russia had launched up into space a couple months ago, you know, there was that conspiracy running around that they actually launched satellites that are capable of discharging either an EMP pulse, or they contain a nuclear warhead to detonate in space to basically knock everybody else's satellites out, to basically blind the world. And we go back to war, you know, the good old-fashioned way. I'm kind of, my thought is revolving around that premise. That there's a possibility that communications are going to go down on a more global scale if a world war is on the horizon. I don't know. Again, I'm not a military strategist, but just from, you know, previous wars throughout history, when you look at it, you know, they that's what they tend to go for. So, yeah, BC, you don't have to apologize. Take care of yourself always. I'd rather you alive and doing healthy than sitting in the chat with us. That's just my perspective.
Well, certainly ratcheting up the sanctions on Russia is a good thing. However, I just didn't sense first that he showed any strength or resolve in his commitment to actually punishing Russia for this. And also, I've heard a lot of complaints, and I agree, that he didn't come out right when this invasion started, and that was a real problem because it, you know, people expected to hear him the night of the invasion started, and instead he waited really half a day or more to first speak on this topic. So I just didn't think he showed true leadership in this situation.
Matt, instead of picking sanctions that have a 30-day wait time, why not pick ones that are somewhat more immediate? Because based upon the images that we are seeing and based upon the reports from the ground, it does not look like the people of Ukraine have 30 days.
No, they don't. And obviously it's a very tragic situation where Russia is coming in from all sides. And I would imagine if you're there on the ground, it's a desperate situation. But, you know, what I think is happening with this administration is our allies are not with us, unfortunately, especially the Germans don't support all the sanctions. And Biden appears to want to build a coalition against Russia. And if you can't get some of these big allies and partners to come along, that's going to be a real challenge as we move forward. So some of these sanctions are not going to be as effective as if they had been put in right away.
Man, prayers for your health. Yes, absolutely. Praying for you, BC. So Hungary is going to deploy air defense systems near the border with Ukraine. Hungary will deploy air defense and control systems in the country's northeast, with which borders Ukraine. Hungarian Defense Minister Krzysztof Celebrowski said. Barbrovinsky. Trying to get it's a different roll of the tongue versus Middle Eastern guys. It's a learning curve. Barbrovinsky. In addition to everything that might happen, I have ordered to install in the northeastern part of the country newly purchased air defense and control systems. With the help of these systems, we can improve detection accuracy in the airspace control zone and reduce the time of response. Zelebrovinsky said in a video message posted on social media on Wednesday. The measure was taken after Ukraine received permission to use West-provided missiles for strikes deep into Russian territory and changes in Russian nuclear doctrine, he said, adding that Budapest continues to believe that peace will be achieved through diplomacy and not through military force. Budapest is freaking dreaming at this point. On Wednesday, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban convened the country's defense council over the recent updates of Russia's nuclear doctrine after some Western states authorized Ukraine to use long-range missiles for strikes in Russian territory. So now we got Hungary. That is stepping up their stuff as well. Oy vey. Yep, nope, I don't even want to read it. It's just gonna make me mad. Yeah, you know what's funny is that the left is actually sitting here saying that the missing children from the border is a lie, it's a myth, it's a conspiracy theory. Isn't that just so interesting? They're screaming and yelling about children in cages during Trump's tenure, even though Obama was the one that was putting them in cages. And now that 300,000 plus children are missing, not a peep from the left, and the one peep that does come out is, oh, it's a conspiracy. That is just unbelievable. Unfrickin' real. So, the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi held phone discussions with the foreign ministers of several IAEA Board of Governors member states, including France, Brazil, South Africa, Bangladesh, Algeria, Burkina Faso, and Pakistan. He emphasized the critical role of the board in safeguarding the agency's credibility, professionalism, and independence. Araghchi, I can't say his name right, sorry guys, condemned a draft resolution proposed by some Western nations against Iran, calling it unjustified and counterproductive. He warned that such actions would undermine the IAEA's technical functions and disrupt its cooperation with Iran. Additionally, he urged the board to resist becoming a tool for advancing the political agenda of certain Western states and their allies. That is horrible, Colette. So John Fetterman may vote to confirm a Trump pick, who is his former rival. Apparently, Fetterman is really pissing people off on the left. Go Fetterman! Trump announces Pete Hoekstra as nominee for U.S. ambassador to Canada. Rob Reiner breaks silence on Twitter X for the first time since Trump's election victory. We'll read his nonsense later. Actually, no, we'll read it right now. Let's see what this moron has to say. Not a fan of Rob. You know, he did promise to set himself on fire. And I'm all for holding people accountable to their word. That is a joke. I never want to see anybody ever on fire. Just on fire for the Lord. That's it. So, Rob Reiner has posted his first message to X following Kamala Harris's loss to President-elect Donald Trump 2 weeks ago. Well, 3 now. In his brief message, he urged the left to build a competitive information distribution system to combat disinformation, a baffling suggestion since the left already controls the vast majority of the corporate news media and nearly all online search engines. Yeah. Does he say anything else? Oh, he also pushed the 50-state strategy that would have Democrat elites attempt to make all 50 states blue in the next presidential election. Now that America has elected a convicted felon with authoritarian proclivities, I fear that democracy's return won't be anytime soon. The long-term solutions are daunting. Democrats need to re-adopt the 50-state strategy and, most importantly, a competitive information. Wow. Let's see here. So it's a competitive information distribution system must be built to combat the massive disinformation currently being fed to the American people. Maybe somebody should tell him what constitutes as, disinformation. I'm just saying.
A liberal-leaning legal organization is planning a large-scale effort aimed at thwarting President-elect Donald Trump's second-term agenda. Using Project 2025 as a blueprint, Democracy Forward is employing more than 800 lawyers to challenge what it's identified as 600 priority legal threats under Trump. Joining me now is Chief Executive Officer of Democracy Forward, Skye Perriman. Skye, good to see you. So let's talk about which potential threats of the Trump 2.0 agenda are your top priorities, and how will your organization challenge them?
Well, our priority is simple. It's to protect the American people and the Constitution. There is a president-elect and an incoming administration that ran in their campaign saying that they were distancing themselves from Project 2025, from a range of harms, from restricting reproductive health care access, to undermining the very functions of our federal government, to undermining education. They ran from that. They sought to run from that agenda during the campaign trail. We're already seeing in the early appointments that they're announcing that they hope to make a real effort to accelerate that harmful agenda. The vast majority of the American people do not approve of Project 2025 and this extremism. We saw that on ballot initiatives across the country. We saw that is why, of course, the incoming president had to distance himself from it on the campaign trail. And so we're preparing, along with a lot of other organizations, to hold him to account if the administration seeks to implement this harmful agenda.
I'm curious, Skye, would you say that Democratic activists were largely unprepared for the onslaught of policies that Trump unleashed during his first term in office?
I think the American people were unprepared for the level of extremism that we saw in the first Trump administration. And I think that they're likely going to be surprised this time, because we see time again him seeking to distance himself when he talks from this extremism. But then, of course, on the campaign trail, distancing himself. But then, of course, now making a series of appointments that will really accelerate this extreme agenda. So we're just going to make sure that people and communities across the country have the ability to make their voices heard and hold their elected leaders to account.
So the report suggests that Democracy Forward has spent 2 years preparing for a possible second Trump term. How have you done that, and what will be the day one response?
Well, we started seeing this coalition of very far-right organizations, these Project 2025-like organizations, wreaking havoc in courts and communities across the country, doing everything from seeking to ban abortion access to banning books in communities across the country, and so have been monitoring those threats. It was no surprise to us when we saw Project 2025 published, and then now that we're seeing the incoming administration seeking to embrace those policies. So we have been preparing, understanding those threats, and then really understanding that the law will block some of these threats. Our Constitution and our democracy provide a range of tools for the American people in this time, and that's really what we are focused on, ensuring that people and communities have that voice.
You mentioned other groups, and there are certainly other progressive groups beginning to organize against Trump's policies. This week, 2 Democratic governors announced they're forming a group to challenge the administration at the state level. Will Democracy Forward work with the Democratic Party and elected officials? I mean, how does your organization fit into the broader constellation of party leaders and advocacy groups to accomplish all of your goals?
Well, we're an organization that's really focused on people and focused on communities and focused on protecting our Constitution and our democracy as a whole. We welcome cooperation with any elected leader, with any group or community that wants to be part of this fight. We have been pleased to work with a range of people and communities, from more conservative-leaning people to more liberal-leaning people, all who understand that the stakes are far too high in this time for the American people not to have all the tools our democracy provides and our Constitution provides to ensure that their rights are protected.
Give me a quick sense of advice for Americans to remain energized and focused on doing the kind of work you're going to do.
You know, what I have to say is this is a country that has overcome odds. We have been in difficult times before. It is we, the people, that are going to be the force that ensures that our country continues forward. And there are going to be a lot of threats. It's going to be very hard. We've seen this extremism throughout the last week with a number of appointments. We've seen attempts to undermine our civil service, to undermine people's individual rights. But there's nothing that we can't do if we do it together. And that's really what we are seeking to enable and empower communities across the country to do.
Sky Perryman, good to talk with you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
A liberal-leaning legal organization is...
Yeah. I've seen no threat to anybody's civil rights, civil liberties, way of life, at all. So I'm just wondering what their concept is of a loss of rights. I just So we have a couple things here. I'm gonna play this really quick. This is funny.
报，兵使专员，部长马斯克突然来到这里。联邦的事，马斯克干嘛来搅局？与他有何相干？
一句削减预算就把你们搞得杯弓蛇影，连联邦的大门进也不敢进。躲到这儿做了缩头乌龟，开支那么高，还敢说与我没有相干？
什么开支高？你只不过来了几天，还不懂这里的规矩。
性少数群体，重金援助，自以为是的哈里斯3招2式就被董王拿下，剩下你们几个不堪一击的无胆鼠辈，拿什么本事支持民主党？
那是哈里斯一时失手大意，低估了对手。
低估？是低能。民主党几个所谓高手都让MAGA屠戮殆尽，就快轮到你们几个。
放肆！作家，
躲在这里生气有用吗？咱们当官的是替总统分忧的。
效率部算什么东西？你们效率部设立还不到半年，你凭什么资格替董王分忧？
你问我效率部算什么东西？现在我就来告诉你，联邦减不了的预算由效率部来减。还有，你听好，联邦不敢裁的人我裁，联邦不敢管的事我管。一句话，联邦管得了的我要管，联邦管不了的我更要管。先斩后奏，董王特许，这就是效率部。够不够清楚？
Okay, so they took this from a movie. I hope I don't get dinged for this one. But they AI generated Elon Musk's face over the main character. Basically as a Ming Dynasty representative, I think it was. So I should probably read the stuff that they sent here. So Ming Dynasty official Elon Musk tackling laziness one kick at a time. Imagine Elon Musk as a Ming Dynasty official armed with kung fu and waging war against inefficiency. This imaginative concept is a testament to peak AI creativity, courtesy of Chinese social media. In a hilarious dramatic video, Musk embodies the spirit of the Department of Governmental Efficiency, delivering lines that echo the grandeur of ancient epics. I will sack those whom the federal government is afraid to sack. I will take care of what the federal government is not willing to do. In a word, I will handle what the federal government can handle. Thanks to the user Can't read it on Bibly, and X user Evor for bringing us this surreal masterpiece. Credit goes to them. This was awesome. I like it. Thank you again, individual who sent this to me. You know who you are. So, again, that was an AI-generated scene. President-elect Donald Trump to appoint Matthew G. Whitaker as ambassador to NATO. Polish intelligence agencies to train militants to attack Belarus. A Belarusian opposition and the West are reportedly planning to attack 4 regions in the southwest of the country, according to the Belarusian state TV. Armed groups from Poland, Lithuania, and Ukraine are said to be involved. According to the plan, nationalist gangs would first attack Belarus, followed by the involvement of mercenaries and NATO forces. Polish intelligence services are assisting in training militants for the attack. This is all again according to Belarus. There's you know, their word versus everybody else's. Let's see here. So this is just a quick photograph from the volcano eruption for the 7th time this year. That's almost on par for once a month, every month and a half, give or take. What else do we got? Yeah, it was all earlier today. Looking for more updated stuff. So, InfoWars has it on credibility. The strike on Kyiv may take place tonight, Moscow time, same as Israeli time. Oh boy. So, tomorrow morning, our time. Or, okay, wait a minute. Are you saying our tonight or their tonight? This is where stuff gets so confusing. Because it's our nighttime now, so it's going on day, you know, it's daytime for them. So is it going to be our morning, their nighttime, or our nighttime, their daytime, like right now? Our tonight or their tonight? I'm sorry. So U.S. closes Kyiv embassy following war escalation, which we already knew. Because, God, it's going to get very interesting, folks. So Ukraine has 50 attack missiles and will choose targets carefully. Biden Secretary of Defense Austin dismisses Russia's warning, says Putin's bluffing about nuclear response. Putin is open to negotiating a Ukraine ceasefire, but only with President Trump. Los Angeles declares itself a sanctuary city as Trump's mass deportation looms. Again, go ahead, good luck. You're going to lose out on a lot of federal money. And the federal government is just going to stroll right on in with ICE and do what they need to do. They are going to take the criminals, the drugs, the cartels, the murderers, the capital R ending with apist. It's gonna happen. What? What the? Police claim a woman in Norfolk, Virginia, called her husband to handle the situation. She was upset about a botched pizza order and ordered her husband to disembowel the pizza worker. This requires a look into this article, because that is really, really, Okay, upset wife Catherine Harper, 45, reportedly called her husband Corey Harper, 47, to come home, handle the situation on November 17th around 2:30 p.m. after a 24-year-old male worker at Maud's Pizza in Norfolk botched her order. Reports state Corey came to the restaurant and stabbed the worker several times, additionally slicing them across the stomach and exposing their intestines. The victim was stabbed several times in the back, in the front, and one long cut across the torso, exposing the victim's intestines, according to a police report. Adding, the assailants then left the scene. It's unclear whether they left with a pizza. The victim reportedly hospitalized, suffering non-life-threatening injuries. A Norfolk General District Court judge held the couple without bond on Monday, considering the heinous nature of the crime. The Harpers are facing multiple charges over the disturbing incident, with the Mirror noting Corey's facing felony charges of malicious wounding and brandishing a firearm, while his wife is charged with conspiracy to commit malicious wounding. The situation shocked members of the community, with one neighbor of the Harpers remarking it seemed out of character for them. Wow. It's a fucking pizza. What the fuck is wrong with people? Excuse my language, but this is one of those moments where the only word that is left is a profane word. Good grief. You're gonna try to kill somebody over a pizza order. That right there should tell you where the status of the world is. On tipping of the scales of good and evil here. Okay, this is the devil's world. When you attempt to disembowel somebody over a pizza order made wrong. Okay, as early as our tonight. Okay, so between tonight and tomorrow morning is a possibility. Outstanding. I'm super psyched. I say that with sarcasm. You done, buddy? Well, get back on it, honey. Sorry, gotta keep my kid on his tutoring session here. So, illegal alien is been arrested for shooting and robbing an elderly man outside of Pittsburgh nursing home. What a piece of shit. So, it was a 70-year-old man outside of a nursing home. He was visiting his brother in Corner View Nursing and Rehab Center when he was ambushed by the armed suspect. Authorities arrived and found the victim lying outside the lobby, suffering from a gunshot wound to the abdomen. His wedding band and cash had been stolen. 2 days later, a suspicious man who only spoke Spanish entered a pawn shop near the scene of the crime and tried to sell the stolen ring. With this guy, it was a bad feeling from the start with him. Sam Ascanesi, manager of the Gentleman Loan Company, told WPXI. On Friday morning, a gentleman came in speaking Spanish, didn't speak any English, had a wedding band and a chain around his neck with the wedding band on it. Ascanesi said he declined to do business with the man after determining the ring likely did not belong to him. Pittsburgh police quickly arrived at the pawn shop looking for the suspect after tracking his movements via surveillance cameras. He was apprehended nearby a short time later, still wearing the stolen wedding band on a chain around his neck, according to court documents. The suspect initially provided a false identity to officers, but a Border Patrol agent was able to determine his name is Ravel Yamil Brito Cherinos, a 25-year-old illegal alien of undisclosed origin. The victim's condition has been upgraded from critical to stable as of Monday. Thank God. Thank God. Really, this is enough. So, in the newest episode of the Tucker Carlson Show, Tucker and Glenn Greenwald discussed the potential nuclear exchange with Russia intel agencies, blackmailing politicians, and the concerted effort to control and censor you. So if you guys have an opportunity, please turn into Tucker's show and give that a listen. I gotta review this quick video to determine if I can even play it, guys. I unfortunately cannot show this video, but I will put it into the uncensored content of our Telegram channel. What else do we got here? I'm back, y'all. I bring in furniture. Oh, good to see you back, Danielle. Alrighty. So, new data reveals that Christian voters swayed the 2024 presidential election. We already covered the crazy guy that wanted to blow up the stock exchange. Alrighty. Let's get to this one.
Thank you, Blake. 18 minutes. This is how long Laken Riley fought for her life until she was ultimately murdered because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the Democrats' open border agenda. Police found Laken with her skull bashed in by a rock and her body exposed. Yesterday, we learned that Democrats' failed policies resulted in Laken's alleged killer receiving a taxpayer-funded flight from New York City to Georgia. This is a slap in the face to the entire Riley family. A slap in the face to every law-abiding, tax-paying American citizen. And it confirms what we've known all along. Laken Riley's murder was entirely preventable, and the Biden-Harris administration is responsible. Unfortunately, her story is not an isolated one. There's 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary. There's 37-year-old Rachel Morin, and these are just the cases we know about. All of these young women were brutally murdered because the White House prioritized illegal immigrants over their safety. Thankfully, on November 5th, voters said enough is enough. They elected a Republican president, a Republican House, and a Republican Senate with a mandate to get this crisis under control and end the Democrats' open borders insanity once and for all. And that's exactly what we're going to do. With President Trump leading the way, our Republican trifecta is ready to hit the ground running on day one to secure our borders and ensure criminal, illegal aliens are removed from our communities. January 20th cannot come fast enough. And now our Majority Leader, Steve Scalise.
18 freaking minutes, guys. Can any of you ever imagine fighting 18 minutes for your lives? You know, I couldn't, I don't want to imagine what any of those families have gone through. And I often wonder if I was in that position, how I would respond. Would I attempt to, you know, forgive and embrace Christ and God? Or would I simply walk away from that and pursue vengeance? You know, would my mind slip far enough to go that route? It's one of those many what ifs that I never ever want to experience for myself. And again, him being found guilty on his charges and sentenced to life without parole is a start to the family. He can't do it to anybody else ever again. But again, he is gonna be on taxpayer dime. Their taxpayer dime, mind you. Their taxes will go to keep him jailed for the remainder of his life. This is where I start to question execution. And at what point in time is execution the right step, the right decision? Should, you know, I'm usually I'm more often than not I'm usually let them rot in jail for the rest of their lives. They'll never get out. However long they spend in jail will never be enough. You know, but it's the hope that during their stay there that they can find a relationship with Jesus Christ and repent. That is my usual stance. I'm for incarceration 100% and giving people an opportunity to seek Christ. That's my biggest thing. In situations like this, it's very, very difficult to support that stance and not want the individual executed. It's very difficult. It's one to honestly sit and think about. When it usually my line is children. If anything ever happens to children, I am a big proponent of the same thing being done to them, so throw them into general population and let nature take its course. This individual, on the other hand, is going to make himself a very comfortable home in whatever jail he is going to, which is going to be heavily populated with other Hispanics, and he will probably, honestly, not have very many issues. He will actually be very comfortable. So that's why I'm questioning in this case whether him having a very long life behind bars at our expense is worth what he did to her, and if execution is a more appropriate pathway, just because of the severity of the crime, the gruesome way in which she died. He tortured her for 18 minutes. That's what everything he did was could be classified as torture. So I'm back and forth on this. It just really, really pisses me off. So yeah, they've confirmed that the third victim, I saw it yesterday. I think I actually did say it, that the stabbing spree in New York, the third victim did die. So the man responsible for the unprovoked attacks wasn't arrested 8 times previously. He was arrested 9 times, and he was out on a pending trial. So this is New York's no cash, no bail bullshit. They don't hold you for pretty much anything. And he killed 3 people because of New York's law. If New Yorkers are tired of the bullshit, they need to stand up and remove these people immediately from office. Maybe not even wait for the vote to happen. All right, everybody's ready for a good laugh, right?
Now, for myself, I may be coming to the end of my tenure at the Justice Department, but I know that all of you will continue. You will continue in the department's mission, what has always been its mission, to uphold the rule of law, to keep our country safe, and to protect civil rights. You, the career lawyers of this district, the career lawyers of all the U.S. attorneys' offices, the career lawyers of the Justice Department as a whole, you are the institutional backbone of this department. You are the historical memory of this department. You are the heart and soul of the department. You are the Justice Department. I could not be more proud of you, and I could not be more grateful for all of the work that you have done to protect the American people. Thank you.
Yeah, they're the heart and soul, all right. Unbelievable. Yeah, I'm so glad he was not nominated, that got denied, his nomination to the Supreme Court. I remember the day that he he gave his speech when he wasn't able to be confirmed in time to Trump taking office, and he actually cried. And I'm not against crying. That just, in my mind, I like toxic masculinity. I like a man who is going to be a leader and take control and be in charge, and be a strong focal center point of an organization, because you have to lead that organization. But he sat up there crying. I'm not trying to knock it, but it's kind of one of those moments like, probably not the best selection for Supreme Court. So, Watertown School District has banned males from girls' bathrooms and sports in a reversal from 2016 policy.
I believe that a girl should be in the girls' restroom and a boy should be in the boys' restroom.
After more than an hour of heated public comment,
you are killing me. You are killing trans people.
Board members approved a new plan requiring students to use the bathroom that matches their biological sex. Students also have to play sports teams that match their biological sex.
I was relieved that I feel like girls' sports won't be taken away from them. Their bathrooms will be safe. They won't have to worry about undressing in a locker room with men that should not be there.
The previous guidelines had been in place since 2016, allowing students to use bathrooms and play on teams matching the gender they identified with.
Oh, that's just one of many, I think, that are coming.
For example,
the federal government's current fight with Facebook and X. Every day I hear Canadians complaining about their inability to access news through social media. On the other hand, the reason for that legislation is to try to get profits into the hands of independent Canadian journalism outlets so that they can continue to do the job of journalism rather than having those profits entirely reaped by non-Canadian multi-billionaires, right?
So if a student on your campus said, well, I really wish I could see news on Instagram, but I can't because of decisions Justin Trudeau has made, you would say, trust the government?
I would say go to the library because we have every Canadian news outlet in the library online and in hard copy. Go directly to the news sources and seek your information from Canadian journalism, not from American social media.
I see.
Count 1, malice murder. I find the defendant guilty. Count 2, felony murder. I find the defendant guilty. Count 3, felony murder. I find the defendant guilty. Count 4, felony murder. I find the defendant guilty. Count 5, kidnapping with bodily injury. I find the defendant guilty. Count 6, aggravated assault with intent to rape. I find the defendant guilty. Count 7, aggravated battery. I find the defendant guilty. Count 8, obstructing or hindering a 911 call. I find the defendant guilty. Count 9, tampering with evidence. I find the defendant guilty. Count 10, peeping Tom. I find the defendant guilty. I certainly will allow both sides to look at this if you want to do it. The next step is sentencing. I'm prepared to go forward with that now, or if either side suggests that you need a few minutes, an hour break or something to do that, then I'll certainly do that as well. Consider that. Sure. I understand. I understand. We will reset.
So that was great to hear. Guilty on every frickin' charge, but I'm still in the same position. So again, this was Speaker Johnson. All single-sex facilities in the Capitol and House office buildings, such as restrooms, changing rooms, and locker rooms, are reserved for individuals of that biological sex. It is important to note that each member office has its own private restroom, and unisex restrooms are available throughout the Capitol. Women deserve women's spaces only. So, finally, he has a little bit of a backbone. So the Democrats are trying to stack the courts with radical left judges on their way out the door. Republican senators need to show up and hold the line. No more judges confirmed before Inauguration Day. And I happen to agree. Those guys need to hurry up and get the hell in there and do their jobs. So the same meeting that we saw Scott Pressler speak at, this was flooded with people. And more than him talked. So we're going to listen to one of the ladies right here.
How can the American people believe in the integrity of this election when these commissioners promise to disregard and break the law? The answer is they cannot. These are elected officials who openly and blatantly admitted to disobeying the law. How could we ever have faith in their ability to uphold the law again? The answer is we cannot. And they must resign immediately. I wasn't one of those election deniers in 2020, but after seeing what has happened in this time around, I think there can be no denying that certain people on the left have honed these cheating skills for a very long time before we woke up to it. Can you imagine an elected official being so arrogant as to think that they can break the law without punishment? This is such a morally corrupt thing to think. They believe they're morally superior, so when they cheat, they believe that it is actually for the benefit of the community. They are wrong. This experience is the perfect example of why we need election reform in this country. I'm a mother of 4, and for my children, I will also say, no biological men should be in women's sports. Radical gender ideology mutilates children. Keeping pornography out of schools is not book banning. And one final question. I'm wondering why we are still spending taxpayer money to sue Jamie Walker, going on 3 years now. Okay? That's a big question I have. Okay? Dear Lord our God, we seek your guidance and intervention today as we search for the truth regarding the protection of private and secure voting in our blessed country. Amen.
I'm asking for you both to resign your positions as Bucks County Board of Commissioners.
As heads of the Board of Elections, you also directed your employees to break that law. Broad and Liberty's article on November 15th by Kyle Salmons said it best: they all should lose their job.
Last Thursday, when you were deciding that you should count illegal ballots missing at least one signature, the attorney said over and over again that it is illegal to count these. Diane said, quote, "Precedent by a court doesn't matter anymore in this country, and people violate the laws anytime they want. So for me, if I violate this law, it's because I want a court to pay attention to me." You, being the slick politician you are, you didn't even say yes or nod your head. Your eyes were closed and your face was expressionless. Bob, this was your opportunity to be a leader. You could have put a big brotherly arm around her and said, there, Diane. I know you're very passionate about this, but we have to follow the law. You could have done this, but oh no, what did you do? You voted to violate the law along with her. Diane's actually right, though. The law doesn't matter anymore in this country because people like you violate it all the time, and all we the people do is sit here and complain. Well, I want to let you know that I'm not going to take it anymore. I have decided to file a criminal complaint against both of you for breaking the following laws. Title 25, Section 3050, Title 25, Section 3501, Title 25, Section 3510, Title 25, Section 3527, 52 U.S.C. 10308. Oh, and by the way, Gene, when they're arrested, we want an evening town hall style commissioners meeting once.
With that, Mr. Ibarra, if you will please stand. Count 1, malice murder. I sentence you to life without the possibility of parole. Count 2 will be vacated as a matter of operation of law. Count 3, vacated by operation of law. Count 4, vacated by operation of law. Count 5, life in prison consecutive to count 1. Count 6, 20 years to serve consecutive to count 5. Count 7 will merge with count 1. Count 8, 12 months consecutive to count 6. Strike that. 12 months, but I don't want it to 6. It's just going to be consecutive. Count 9, 12 months consecutive. Count 10, 5 years consecutive to count 6. So that would mean the misdemeanors would come after the felonies. That will be the sentence. Mr. Ibarra, I will advise you that you have 30 days from today to seek any post-judgment relief in the form of a motion for a new trial or appealing this case directly. If you make a motion for a new trial and that is denied, you have 30 days from that date to file your first appeal, first level of appeal. The court will appoint a lawyer to represent you if you cannot afford one. I'll also advise you that you have 4 years from the date that your conviction becomes final in order to file a habeas corpus petition.
I see it! So are you smiling at your phone because you had that plan? I just knew I wasn't going to be able to hide my face if I looked up at you. I knew you. Join in, everybody!
There's a place I go to when no one knows. It's not lonely.
Just because of the music, unfortunately. Yeah, I didn't really recognize any of the mods in there. I do know that one of the female mods is wrapped up in his bullshit offline. That much I do know. And that's why I was so tempted to say something in the chat room. But I figured you can sit there and try to say all the things in the world to these people, but they're basically a cult. So it doesn't matter to say anything, so I just left. But I really, really, really wanted to. Really bad, especially seeing 900 people there. I was just like, oh my god. Like, something needs to be said. But I refrained, and I left. And I did it just because I was checking on, I was checking because my viewership kept dropping for some reason. Well, I know the reason, but my viewership kept dropping. So I logged in under my uncle's name real quick to hop into the chat, and when I got onto his account, it was still subscribed to New York Prepper, so I hopped in real quick just to take a look, and that's when I felt the urge to do it when I saw the one mod that I know he's fucking around with again. And I'm sorry for the language, but I really, really, really wanted to say something, and then I was like, you know what? Nope, I'm better than this, and I left. So, I did see a couple of names in there that hang out in here as well. And that's fine. Totally cool. I'm not one of those, you know, you gotta have loyalty to one channel or the other. I just warn you to be careful of the information that you receive from his channel. So we have here, this is the body cam footage of when Laken Riley's family learned that she had been murdered by Jose Ibarrera.
Okay, we'll step over here. Come on, let's go. Come over here, all right? I don't want to tell you yes or no because I don't have names. I don't know who anybody is. I do know that this is a pretty sensitive deal.
He must be loyal to Chief Broken Right Pinky Toe. It's Chief Nine Toes, John. Yeah, Chief Nine Toes. And no, absolutely, I don't require loyalty. My deal has always been, if you find better information somewhere else, by all means, go get it, absorb it, make yourself more knowledgeable. No issue. Just like I said, be very careful with his information, because when an individual claims that a nuclear bomb was detonated somewhere, you kind of have to question the stuff that comes from that gentleman or individual. Let's not be gender biased here.
Your Honor, I wish I could truly put into words how much the tragedy that occurred on February 22nd, 2024 has affected me, but I don't think I'll ever be able to do so. With that being said, I'm going to attempt with the best of my ability to do that for you today. My name is Lauren Phillips, and I have the amazing privilege of living with Laken Riley as my older sister. Laken was and will forever be my most favorite person. She was my biggest role model, and I looked up to her in every way. She brought the joy that I needed into my life and never failed to make me laugh. There was absolutely nothing that I wouldn't do for Laken, and nothing that she wouldn't do for me. Laken was my biggest protector, and I always had this sense of comfort and safety in her presence. We've been inseparable ever since the moment I was born, and I've been lost ever since she was senselessly stripped from our lives by Jose Antonio Ibarra. I now have this hole in my heart and in my life that I know will never be filled. I had to walk the stage of my high school graduation without my biggest supporter and cheerleader in the crowd. I had to finish my senior year of high school, which most would say is the happiest and most surreal part of your life. It was simply the opposite for me. I had to turn 18 and become an adult without the one person I looked up to there by my side. I had to get accepted into my dream school, the University of Georgia, without my sister telling me how proud of me she is, and finally getting to live in the same town together again. I now have the burden of dealing with the fact that my best friend and sister will never come home again. She'll never send me another daily good morning text, funny TikTok, or silly Snapchat. The true sense of joy I felt when she would randomly surprise me will never happen again. I will never get to hear her infectious laugh or see her light of a smile ever again. I now get to explain to people when they ask me if I have a sibling that I no longer have one, and not just because she passed away, but because she got brutally attacked and murdered. I cannot walk around my own college campus because I am terrified of people like Jose Ibarra. My parents will never be the same after losing their daughter in this tragic way. Seeing their heartbreak is excruciating. We were once a happy family of 4, and now there is an evident hole where her presence is forever felt. We are a broken family of 3, struggling to find out how to live this life through the silence and emptiness that her absence has left behind. The joy that she brought to our home has been completely replaced with grief, and we are just left holding the pieces of a life that will never feel whole again. She will not get to be at my wedding and next to me as my maid of honor. I get to deal with explaining to my future children what happened to their Aunt Lakin and why they won't ever be able to get to feel her love or be spoiled by her. All of these experiences were and will be stripped of me against my will, and I now live in a constant state of fear, anger, and sadness. I think about how my sister saw exactly what was coming and had no way of preventing it. I think about how scared she must have been and how that man is the only one to truly witness that scene. I'm not sure why he did this to my Lakin, and I know I will never understand. I've waited for him to have a reason, but as the details of this case have unfolded, I realize I'll never get any peace or closure. What Jose Ibarra did to my sister is almost unbearable to listen to. I am completely disgusted having to even look and be in the same room as him. That predator is inhumane and is the epitome of evil. I have no doubt in my mind that the monster sitting in this room with us today is the same monster that encountered my precious sister on February 22nd, 2024, where he proceeded to attack, assault, beat, murder, and attempt to rape her. Jose Antonio Ibarra has completely and utterly ruined my life, and I can only hope and pray that he receives a sentence that ruins his. Thank you.
I couldn't imagine. I don't want to. That's something, no. Nobody should experience. Sorry, guys, dealing with my youngins. Thank you, BC. You guys are awesome, and again, I look forward to the opportunity that this channel can grow, and I have plans for each of you to be moderators if you guys want them. It's just a matter of getting that channel to grow. But I love each and every one of you. You guys are just amazing, kooky people, and I love it. And Danielle is just an outstanding mod. She's got my back 24/7. She's the eyes in the skies, and man, she is good at what she does. I don't know anything about it, and she does, so that's why I'm always asking her all these questions. Well, what does that mean? Well, what kind of plane is that? Well, is that normal for being over here? Is it supposed to be over there? Because I don't know any of it. So, I can't have this channel without her. So, flat out, more prop and love to Danielle than me. I just click a couple buttons and just talk. So, yeah, I used to watch a lot of Canadian Prepper. I actually left some not so nice messages for him lately because of his cocky attitude and the way that he has been talking to people. Yeah, I've had enough of him as well. You know, my biggest problem is I sound abrasive, but I'm not trying to be. That's just the way that I talk. It has been a issue for me my whole life. It really, really sucks. So people assume I come off as the B word, but I'm not. That's literally just the way that I sound. It's horrible. It's compounded by my resting bitch face as well. So we just watched some more on Laken Riley. Her sister having an opportunity to speak. I don't know if I could do what she did. I always bounce back and forth, you know, do I want to harbor that anger, or do I want to try to forgive this person? It's so much, I don't know. I always run this kind of stuff through my mind, different scenarios, and I couldn't imagine being in her place, in her family's place, her mother's place. Oh my God. Her father. It's that's a lot. It's just so much. So this came out from Donald Trump. Justice for Laken Riley. The illegal who killed our beloved Laken Riley was just found guilty on all counts for his horrific crimes, although the pain and heartbreak will last forever. Hopefully this can bring some sense of peace and closure to her wonderful family who fought for justice, and to ensure that other families don't have to go through what they have. We love you, Laken, and our hearts will always be with you. It is time to secure our border and remove these criminals and thugs from our country so nothing like this can happen again. Ooh, pink skies. Pink skies are, well, blood red skies are really bad. Pinks are not exactly, I don't know. That could portend doom. Every time I've seen a red sky, something really bad happens in the world. Just saying. Okay, so, we have here Laken Riley's stepfather.
I'm so proud of Laken and the beautiful person she was. Well, I could stand here and try to tell the world the things that made her such a wonderful person, as well as the many things we have all been robbed and deprived of. I think one of her last journal entries dated 12/17/23 says it best. So here we go. To my future husband. As silly as I feel writing this, my old small group leader once recommended it, so here I am. To my future husband, I want you to know that I'm thinking about you. I'm working every day to become the best wife I can be Pray working through my current relationships to best prepare me for ours and our kids one day. I'm focusing on God and what He defines as a faithful Christian life, and so that I can best embody those characteristics. I pray that you know that it is with my full faith and trust in God that I know this relationship has been handcrafted by Him. I pray that we continue to glorify the Lord, prioritize Him in every aspect of our lives, and raise our family, our future family, to be God-fearing Christians as well. I pray God is the center of our relationship as it is a gift from Him. I thank Him for you before I even know you, and can't wait to love you in the best way I know how for the rest of our lives. I pray you know and feel the importance of my love and hopes for our relationship. No matter what challenges we face, I pray that our trust in God and love for one another overrules the obstacle. May our relationship last forever. Your future wife, Lakeid. That, Your Honor, was our beautiful Lakeid. That, Your Honor, is just a glimpse of what was tragically and brutally taken from her and us that day.
Man, that's rough. So, Chuck Schumer just confirmed another lifelong federal judge with a vote of 50 to 48. Republican Senators Ted Cruz and Mike Braun didn't show up to block the confirmation by making it 50-50. Kamala is currently in Hawaii, so she couldn't have cast a tie-breaking vote. Senator J.D. Vance is our VP-elect and still took time out of his busy schedule to show up and vote. Where were Ted Cruz and Mike Braun? We could have stopped this nomination, or at the very least slowed down Schumer. If Republicans were the ones speed running confirmations like Schumer, every Democrat senator would be in town. Wise up, leave the lobbyist dinners, and do your jobs. So, Mr. Eric Swalwell, whatever his name is, who, what was her, the Asian Chinese, the Chinese spy, Fang, or whatever her name was?
This person who becomes our Attorney General has to have credibility as they go after counterterrorism cases, as they go after money laundering, as they go after public corruption. The public needs to know when they investigate and indict somebody that it has the weight of the United States government and the people behind it. And if that person has all of these storm clouds hanging over them, and we think, okay, you had, your dirty laundry hidden by your buddies in Congress, the American people won't take it seriously. And then we start to look like other countries where you don't have faith in the people who lead us, like China, like Russia.
Yeah, Fang. Is it? Okay, so Senator Lindsey Graham just had met with Matt Gaetz and J.D. Vance. Graham is now urging other GOP senators to drop their Gaetz derangement syndrome and vote to confirm him. I fear the process surrounding the Gaetz nomination is turning into an angry mob, and unverified allegations are being treated as if they are true. I have seen this movie before. I would urge all of my Senate colleagues, particularly Republicans, not to join the lynch mob and give the process a chance to move forward. After years of being investigated by the Department of Justice, no charges were brought against Matt Gaetz. This is something we should all remember. I would also urge my colleagues to go back to a time-tested process, receive relevant information, and give the nominee a chance to make their case as to why they should be confirmed. This standard, which I have long adhered to, has served the Senate and country well.
This death of Laken Riley and the subsequent trial has essentially been a massive political lightning rod here in this country. And you said it there yourself, the president-elect campaigning on the death of Laken Riley and pointing to the current administration, saying that their laws and what they're calling failed policies contributed to Laken Riley's death. I want to remind you that Ibarra entered this country illegally in 2022, according to law enforcement officials, and he was paroled and released for further processing by ICE. And since that time he entered the country, he was arrested another time. Law enforcement officers saying that he was arrested in 2023 in New York City and charged with acting in a manner to injure a child less than 17, as well as a motor vehicle violation. But it's important to note that although there is very little evidence indicating a connection between immigration and violent crime, this is still something the President-elect Trump, several Republicans on the Hill wanted to essentially plant their flag on and point that to the current Biden administration. And we saw that even as early as President Biden's latest State of the Union address, where Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene infamously interrupted President Biden, forcing him to acknowledge the death of Laken Riley, something that President Biden did by holding up a pin in her during that State of the Union. But it is important to note that all of this vitriol that we're hearing from Republicans and President-elect Trump regarding the policies of the Biden administration, it's important to know that President-elect Trump did force Republicans to essentially tank a bipartisan border security bill that both sides of the aisle said would have essentially addressed border security and immigration issues, Kira.
All right, sorry, folks. I'm mobility challenged right now. Moving is not as fast. Ow. Ugh. No idea, folks. Yep. We're going to hear a lot more blaming of Trump for everything wrong in this country because it's Trump. And the left will never, ever, ever take accountability for anything that they've ever done.
Watching Tuesday's launch from the ground, President-elect Donald Trump, next to SpaceX CEO Elon Musk, who has been tapped to co-lead a new department of government efficiency. Mr. Trump recently becoming a supporter of Musk's space ventures.
We want to reach Mars before the end of my term.
That mission to Mars, a years-long focus for Musk. But is that just science fiction or a glimpse into the future?
Starship and the Super Heavy booster have only been under development for about 10 years, and it's pretty amazing how far they've come.
You know, I'm not going to sit here and say one way or the other when it comes to Russia, Ukraine. My stance on the conflict there and the escalation that is going on is, I said it yesterday, I said it a little bit today, that the possibility of nuclear escalation has moved from a possibility to a very small probability. Okay? For the simple, there's a lot of pieces that are moving in regards to this situation. Me personally, and I will be honest with all of you, when I saw the escalation happen and I saw the ATACMS fired, the nuclear doctrine change and signature, and then the storm Storm Shadow missiles from the UK that Ukraine has fired. I also saw the movements of Russia taking place. They're positioning themselves to attack Ukraine on multiple fronts. It's not just from the border region, they're also attacking from the Black Sea. I checked my preps. I did. I checked the stuff that I have in my car. I checked my containers. Me and my brother went out and double checked my cargo lift that I have for my tow hitch assembly. We made sure all of our stuff was in place and ready to go. We checked our the few containers that we're taking with us. Our stuff is very minimal. We changed, batteries in some of the mag flashlights. Made sure that we were restocked on batteries. I went and topped off my car. For myself, personally, I like to be prepared in the event of anything because everything is possible. It's just the question of probability. Right now, we are in uncharted territory, to be honest. We have really truly no idea which way this is going to go. The fact is that Ukraine has now called Russia's bluff not once but twice. At what point in time does a dictator, which is what Putin is, how many times is he willing to redraw a line for his country and tell people to not cross it? Okay? These are the questions you have to think about yourself and weigh all the information that you have available. Don't just take what I say on this channel. Research it yourself. Scour the news. Don't listen to media personalities. Read everything that you can. Look at everything going on. You can put the puzzle together yourself and you can determine what the chances are. Somebody else in this channel may not see it the way that I see it, and they may see it still as just a possibility rather than a small probability. Exactly. My deal is to always stay ready because you just don't know what tomorrow will bring. Look at the number of times things have just gone awry. Okay? Things have exacerbated past the point so many times on multiple fronts in different countries, the different conflicts raging around the world. We wake up and there is just a new day, just full of stuff. You can ask Danielle. We wake up and we look at our Telegram channel and we're linked in across the world to information so that way we can provide as much up-to-date, accurate information as possible on this channel. We will have over 1,000 posts that we have to try to sift through in a 24-hour period. That is insane how much everything is changing so fast everywhere. It's not just Russia, Ukraine. It's not just Israel and Iran. It's not just China and Taiwan. It is so many different issues. They're just, I'm just, all I can call them is issues around the world that can just like this turn into some type of massive conflict. And my deal is you have to be ready. Do I think Ukraine and Russia has the possibility or the probability of escalation to a nuclear level? Yes, I do. I do think that it has the potential to head that direction. Will it? Is the question. I can't answer that for you. But my advice is to be ready for anything. So check your stores, check your water, check your medication, make sure you have enough on hand, have your plans ready. If you're bugging out, know your route, know multiple routes to where you gotta go. Make sure you have the capability of transporting whatever you need to transport. Make sure you have the ability to defend yourself. That's first and foremost. The most important thing is to have the ability to defend yourself. I know people are always like, oh yeah, it's you know, it's being able to have food, it's being able to have water, or being able to start a fire, or blah. You know what? No, it's being able to fucking defend yourself. Excuse my language, but it's fact. Because if you can't defend yourself, what's the hell's the point of having all that food and water? You're gonna lose it to somebody else. Because you have no idea who you're going to encounter, what you're going to be up against. Okay? This isn't like some of the apocalypse movies where, you know, you travel around for, you know, days or weeks and you never ever see anybody else. No. The planet has 8 billion people on it. The United States has 300-something million people, probably more than that with all the illegals here. You are going to run into somebody. You are going to run into somebody who wants what you have. They're going to want what you have, or they're going to want who you have. Keep that in mind. Whether you're a female or you have children, the individuals that are sick and twisted in this world, they're going to survive as well. It's not gonna just be people like you and I. You're going to have a lot of bad people out there. And food and water and medicine and means of survival, you know, trying to establish a homestead. Anybody who has a homestead, and this is the one thing that I'd never understood quite about Canadian Prepper. He went and dumped all that money into that homesteading project of his, and cool, great, awesome. He's a massive target now. 100% massive target. Why? Because he's broadcasted the fact that he has it. Hundreds of thousands of people who watch his damn channel know he has it. They know the general area. It don't take long. He's made himself a target. He's abandoned the #1 rule of prepping. Telling anybody about your shit. Excuse my language. I've told you guys, sure, I have food caches. And they're buried in various places. Good luck. You never tell anybody about your shit. You don't tell them what you got. You don't tell them where you got it. Period. So back to the start of the rant. Make sure you have a means to defend yourself always. Ladies, and even dudes, go to Walmart. It is $15. It is a freaking mace, handheld little mace jar thing. Sprayer. Go get it. $15. That could save your freaking life in this type of situation. Especially if you don't have access to a gun or anything like that. Get a pocket knife. Christ's sakes. Anything like that. Make a freaking shiv. Okay? We've all seen enough prison movies. Make a shiv. Do what you need to do to have the ability to defend yourself and defend who's with you and what you do have. I cannot, emphasize that enough. There is going to be a lot of bad people. There is going to be a lot of desperate people. There is going to be a lot of people who are not going to have the same values as us. They are not going to look at another human being and be like, you know what, let me help them out because it's the right thing to do. They're not gonna be like us. They're gonna be like them. And that's what you need to be prepared for above anything else. I'm sorry, I've listened to a lot of prepping channels, and very, some people, they do talk about it and they go on about it and they get the big shows going on the different types of guns that you can use and all of that. But the problem with all of that is that they're not keeping in mind the fact that so many people don't have the ability to obtain firearms, and they don't have the money to obtain firearms. Okay? There are other ways to defend yourself. Pick up a book, read it on the internet, look at the different ways of creating your own weapons. But you need to defend yourself. Yeah, I'm by Luke Air Force Base. My bug out location is 3 hours and change away. I know 5 different ways to get to my bug out location. Two of them are main roads. The other ways are straight through. Ain't nobody gonna see me. You really gotta climb into into the area of where I'll be. I will see them before they see me. But I have spent the last year practicing the different routes there. Every time I take supplies out to my location, I try to take a different route so I learn it more and more. See, everybody has always put me down for God years because of my pessimism. They've always knocked me as being a Debbie Downer or somebody who is too non-fun is what they try to say sometimes. That I'm too serious, and it's like, no, I'm just studying everything around me. I'm looking at it, I'm analyzing it. That is just what my mind does. Correct. Trying the full armor of God. That of course is first and foremost, but I'm a believer that I try to have that on me at all times because I don't trust the world. I could go story after story after story, just like everybody else can go story after story of as to why it is that I don't trust the world. So I always try to have God with me, to have Christ as, as my heart. That's just an everyday thing for myself. But again, have the armor of God on you, absolutely 100%. Next, be able to defend yourself. 3, be able to hydrate yourself. 4, be able to feed yourself. And in between all of those, you got to be able to shelter yourself, get yourself some fire, and remember that the majority of deaths that occur in wilderness situations do not come from starvation or dehydration. It comes from simple trips and falls. The environment will kill you faster than dehydration and starvation will. So keep that in mind. And shoes. I cannot emphasize it enough. Have good shoes. The last thing that you want, and anybody who's served in the military, you know what I'm talking about. The last thing you want is to have something happen to your feet. When something happens to your feet, you lack the ability to be mobile. And your survival chances have just gone down the tube. This is Nine Toes preaching right now. You guys have no idea how mad I am at the fact that I broke my right foot right before all of this happens. I'm not exactly thrilled, but I still have the ability to be mobile thanks to a wonderful walking boot courtesy of the United States Air Force. This was the first walking boot I got when I broke my foot years ago in the military, so I kept it just in case. So oh, okay. Sorry, guys. I got on my rant. I'll get off my rant. Let's see. What have I not covered? Yes, protect your toes. And I guess I am speaking from personal experience, guys. I had had the conversation with my brother today that he may very well be the one that is getting everything onto the car because I lack the ability to do the things that I was able to yesterday morning prior to breaking it. That doesn't mean that I'm not, able to do some things. I just can't do all the things that I had practice doing. Now I have to do the opposite stuff. I have to, you know, just grab the clothes bags and get him down the stairs. He's gonna have to do, you know, the lifting of the, you know, we'll still work as a team, but he's gonna have to do a majority of the stuff that we should have been able to do together, that I will be very limited on because I can't run, I can't move fast. I'm a hindrance to my team now, and that bothers me. So the doc said about 3 weeks. Apparently a snapped bone heals together faster than a fracture. I don't know how that's possible, but that's what she told me. I just am hoping that this holds off until then. Yeah, I don't say anything to scare people. That's never my intention. I don't want people afraid. I don't want people to worry. I want people questioning. I want your minds to work, you know, in the sense that my mind does. Everything is a puzzle piece. Everything has an end game picture. You have to be able to see those pieces and put them together. You have to be able to strategize. You have to be able to predict everything that you possibly can. And then you got to try to prepare for the things that you can't. There's going to be so many things that you're not going to be able to be prepared for, but you should try to spend as much time getting prepared for the things that you can. And then hopefully maybe some of that preparedness will help in the event of the things that you can't see. You know? Yeah, that's what I'm hoping, trying, is that I forget. I forget about the feet in that moment of adrenaline kick, and I can be a little bit more agile. Okay, you know what, Kiki? Give me a moment here. I'll see if I can get this on screen. Maybe we can walk you through this. I might be able to read it to you. Give me a second. Okay, so this is what it says to do to get your name going. So you're in your YouTube account, obviously, because you're on my stream right now. So in the bottom right hand corner, you should see your profile icon. Click on your profile icon. Yeah, go back. Click on so your page should pop up, like with your name, you know, your number of subscribers, stuff like that. And then you will click on the little pencil to the right. So if you click on that little pencil, then the screen will open up, and you'll see name, handle, pronouns, a channel URL, description, so on and so forth. From there, you can click on the pencil under your name, and you can put in the name that you are looking to have. That's if you're on your cell phone. If you're on your laptop, it's a completely different process. Hey Danielle, have you seen Putin's plane up in the air at all? Anywhere? And I'm gonna call you. You need to be on. So I feel like I'm just talking out of my butt sometimes. If you're not here.
One's going to Beirut and one's going to Tel Aviv.
I feel like I'm just talking out of my butt sometimes. Okay. You're not here. Oh, hold on 1 second. Kiki, you officially have a name. Look at that. I feel accomplished. I solved a problem today. Sorry, Danielle. Continue.
All right, we have a Russian Tupolev Tu-214SR, which is a strategic bomber going to Tel Aviv. Why the hell are they going to Tel Aviv? I don't know. Now, we have a Moscow
To Tel Aviv.
Tel Aviv.
Really? That's interesting.
Yes.
So I'm hearing reports that Putin is potentially MIA. I know you were gone all day, so I don't know if anybody else was watching the flights, if anybody else saw Putin's plane up in the air going somewhere.
I can do a playback after here in a few minutes. There is a Sum 9125, Illusion 276 TD leaving Chakala going to Beirut. And it's a Russian plane, but it's a cargo. And it's heading for Beirut. I know where that one come from. It's like Baran. Scatter Thinker. And the Air Force. Let's do a playback from, let's say, about 1 o'clock. Forte's up. No, that's Pakistan. And, you know, that's Forte. And we got one here. There's that plane. If he is, he must be flying dark. Okay, Moscow. Because I know exactly what his plane is. Yep, he is heading somewhere to an unknown location. Because he cuts it off. Like he always does. I want that little tiny plane right there. Delusion 296 300. Either he's in that one or he's in the other one, but normally he's in the 300. But it's supposed to be in the 300 PU, but I haven't seen that one in the air in a while. That was at 1905 UTC. And tomorrow I don't have to go nowhere. Thank God. That's a weird flight path. See where you at. He's supposed to be in Beirut by 7:24 a.m. their time. Guys, see 17 taken off out of a mountain. What? Hey now. Yeah, ain't supposed to come up the ground, you know. Looks like he's taking off from Dana. You see 17. Heading toward Kona. Kona right now. Have a Dawn Air 328 110 in the Mediterranean around China. Surveillancing. It has nothing on it. Oh, never mind, he just landed. That one just landed. I don't see it nowhere. But I'm getting reports of rockets coming from Mahadar, northwest. Rockets changed course in the direction of the Kiev region. More cruise missiles are on the same course. So that could be in correspondence with this one here, which is saying it's going to Tel Aviv, but I don't know. I'm doing the research on it.
So this just came in a 5.1
It's a multi-intelligence payload.
Sorry.
Also known as the Doomsday plane.
5.1 earthquake has just happened in southern Iran. Continue. Sorry.
So this plane that's going to Tel Aviv is the Russian Doomsday plane.
Where is it at?
Right now he is in about to go into Tambo. But why is it going to Tel Aviv? That's the question.
I'm not sure.
That one don't make a bit of sense. So from Moscow to Tel Aviv, it's 1,517 miles. So it left at 7:38, and it should be in Tel Aviv at 11:44 a.m. I'm getting all kind of rocket alert or rocket. Yeah, I guess you could say alerts.
This is what I have on screen right now. It came in at 9:36, which was 20 minutes ago. For Israel, Ukraine, I have to go to a different source.
They're saying rockets are changing courses, which is probably could be done.
Yeah, we talked about how they changed course. You got to remember they're programmed with GPS, and they use the satellites to guide them to that GPS marker, and they can send a signal through the satellite to go to a different coordinate, and they will stop on a dime, turn around, and go the other direction. That's how they're designed.
Mm-hmm.
My foot hurts.
My back's been killing me the last couple of days.
Well, stop falling asleep at your desk, girl. You need to lay flat.
I don't know what's been making me fall asleep. I get enough sleep at night. It just, I wake up and I come sit in here, and next thing I know, I'm asleep.
I don't know. Alright.
Now, this evening, I got to try to call my dad. I was going to try to call him tonight, but it was done too late, and wherever he was, I wasn't safe to call him because the area that I was, there was more illegal there, and I was looking around, keeping my eye out, looking behind us, keeping an eye out for traffic and all that, and I just wait till tomorrow night and call him.
Okay, so we have cruise missiles have entered the airspace of northern Ukraine's Chernihiv Oblast. Then multiple cruise missiles are on their way to Kyiv. Missiles have been spotted flying towards Poltava. This is where you saw them changing course. The X-101 group, right?
Yep.
Yep, the X-101 group changed course and is flying to Dnipro. Ukrainian observers that missiles are flying very low over the houses, with everything being in the Poltava region, with the course being southern Ukraine. And that is not a bomb going off, by the way. That is them moving stuff around the western wall.
2 cruise missiles flying to the northwest of Dnipro. Why can't these places have nice names that we can pronounce?
Gotta make life difficult for us. Yep, make a soup.
We do that.
Sorry.
Yep.
Soup goes a long, long way. Yep.
Bitcoin at $97,000.
Yeah, 96,575 or something like that.
Good God.
Yeah, with a squirrel, you gotta make sure that you boil. Obviously, you're gonna skin it first. Make sure that you gut, but you save particular organs, i.e., the like the liver. Get rid of the spleen. You can keep the heart, keep the liver.
Yep.
You can pretty much chuck everything else. The kidneys, sure, you can keep the kidneys. Boil all of that. Make sure that you separate the head from the body. You could, in theory, boil the head just to pull the nutrients out, but I don't like that. The brain matter stuff, just because of all of the issues that consumption of any type of brain material can cause. So I'm a fan of separating the brain, unless it's freshwater or saltwater fish, then you're fine. The parasites in it are just gonna die anyhow. But land mammals, there's an issue with brain consumption. Boil it, including the liver, kidneys, and the heart. Make sure you keep the skeleton in there so that the marrow can be drawn out to flavor the broth. And I will shut up now. Go ahead. Sorry.
I just sent you a video.
Okay. Is this what you were talking about, the strategic bombers?
That's what the Tupolev 214 SR is in Tel Aviv.
Okay, this is Ukrainian Air Force monitor claimed that Tu-95 MS Russian strategic bombers moved to the Ingles area over Saratov, where usually they launch missiles against Ukraine, and presumably launched its wave of missiles on Ukraine. They expect the entry of cruise missiles into the airspace of Ukraine approximately by 0600 to 0700 local time if the strikes are real. This was a little over an hour ago, so...
I didn't see them.
So they're saying missiles are raining in Kremenchuk. Explosions are being reported there. Explosions in Poltava, so I guess it is real. 2 cruise missiles flying to the northwest of Dnipro. The Kilbers have been launched. So Russia is currently attacking the hell out of Ukraine again. I will get the Ukraine map up and going for you folks. Danielle, please continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm looking in. They're running dark. Rocket at Mahoroid from the northwest. The rocket from Kremenchuk is heading for the Nafuro. Multiple explosion in Nafuro.
You know what kind of is getting me is how quiet the EAMs are.
I know. 1 missile was shot down around Kiev Oblast. 1 to 2 missiles struck Poltava city. 3 missiles continued to fly in the direction of Dnipro. And it's warning, big done. Q drop 1628. Okay, never mind. That's something different. I click on one thing and it jumps to another quick. Air defense systems of Ukraine are engaging multiple targets over Dnipro and Poltava. Explosion in Kremenchuk. A dam was targeted there in the last set of strikes. This could be an attempt to finish the job.
So, and they got some warnings in the Volchanska territory community out of the Kharkiv region. The Chervon Horviska territory. Oh god, so hard.
A group of missiles south of the Dnieper heading southeast
Zaporizhia. I know that one. Zaporizhia.
Stop! Google!
Darn cat.
There's no key. It just went by itself. Okay. Time for it to go in night mode. That's the first time that thing went off. First time ever. The attack is over. I was in the channel earlier with this one on Telegram, and there was a fight that was breaking out, so I left. Like,
Yeah, there's so much to sift through. So, yeah, this was 8 minutes ago. Strike of Ukrainian territories is underway as Kibrers and missiles are on their way to Kyiv. Whether this is the hyped-up strike or just routine, it is yet to be seen. 100%. It does not feel like the response. It just feels like routine.
All right, we got the Constant Phoenix up. Snoop 29, just now taken out of Omaha, heading towards Colorado. Have 2 E6s up. One is taking off from Omaha, heading down to Kansas. Okay, this is that. Oh, it's still up? Okay, this is the E3B Century AWACS. He's still up. But only about 2,625 feet, just flying around Oklahoma. We have a drone off of Patuxent River in New Jersey. It's the MKQ-4C Triton, flying around Delaware. Got a C-17 that flew out into the water from Camp Springs, heading back into Camp Springs. What is out here? There's no way a plane could take off from the water, as it's showing here on the map. So he took off out of Camp Springs, went into the water way offshore. Now he's coming back in. Unless there's a ship out there taking cargo to him. Or load. Straddle tanker. Which, now that is a possibility. But then again, the going in circles half a dozen times, it just doesn't add up. So I got P8s up. Not new there. A VIP plane from Ogden going to just landed in Belleville, Illinois. Two C-17s off the coast of Florida that came from, never mind. Those came from South America. But this one Russian plane going to Tel Aviv has me stumped. Why is it going to Tel Aviv?
Potentially, maybe, talk that, ceasefire talks? Maybe, I don't know.
Okay, buttons. I don't know what they are.
Ow.
Russian doomsday plane going to Tel Aviv. Okay. But other than that, the same normal traffic is what's usually up. That they're running dark, you won't be able to see them nowhere. I don't care what kind of map you have. They running dark, you won't see them.
And let's just be honest here, folks. We're not gonna know when they're gonna do this stuff. We'll know when the stuff is up in the air. We can watch all the movement, we can assume, we can speculate, but in the end, we won't know until they launch.
Well, 60 days to January 20th now. I'm counting the days down.
You know, I'm gonna mute that. Because I'm tired of listening to them banging stuff around the Western Wall. Alright, John. Okay, high intensity extreme alert. What does that mean? What the hell does high intensity extreme alert mean? Crafty lady, are you in here? Do you know what high intensity extreme alert means? Tim? Toolman? Anybody? Kiki? Somebody explain to me what high intensity extreme alert is. 'Cause I don't know.
I don't even know.
That's crazy.
Ah, much better.
Oh, John, you went lurking? You lurked over there? How bad are they panicking? I'm just curious. I can't go back there. I'll be too tempted to say what's on my mind.
You know, I'll go over there.
Don't taint yourself.
Oh, I was gonna see what the chat says.
Don't do it. Don't do it. It will take forever to wash it off. Yes, we know what you're talking about, John. Oh my god. High intensity extreme alert. I can't even do it.
Oh my god.
Here, I'll do my fear mongering in the ticker. There's my fear mongering of the. Now, where's my 1,000 viewers?
Alright. It didn't pop up.
What? What didn't pop up?
Did you type something in the chat?
No, I typed it into my ticker.
Oh.
Up top. It will scroll around to the beginning. That's my fear mongering, panic inducing statement of this chat. So by all means,
I'm gonna try something in my other account.
this is the best fear mongering I can do, folks. I just don't have it in me. Somebody keeps giving. Yeah, it's a random generator, Dwayne. Anybody that gifts the algorithm in YouTube just assigns random people the membership. So yeah.
Here's another account. I got. I'll go with salt. Like salt I like. Yes, Google.
So it will eventually cycle around. Yeah, I can't fearmonger. I suck at it.
Continue.
So yeah, here I got a story for you guys. So I was in Lake Havasu on spring break, right? I was 19. All of us are hanging out on a houseboat. Everybody been drinking and all that. It's a big party. It's Lake Havasu spring break. And I'm sitting up on top of the houseboat, and I'm probably a few beers deep at this point. And I see this gentleman standing near the edge of the boat towards the back, up on top. And out of the cove, so we're in this place, it's called Copper Canyon. So it's a cove where all the boats, dock, and they all tie each other off, to each other, and everybody boat hops, and you drink, and you hang out, and you act like dumb kids. A speedboat went by, caused a wake to come into the canyon. It rocked the houseboat, and people being intoxicated, they weren't exactly best at balancing. So I saw this gentleman on the edge of the houseboat. He falls over the back of the boat. And I hear, some chicks scream. And so I get up, I run to the stairs at the back of the boat, and I just fly down those stairs. I don't even remember how fast I was going. I was just down. And somehow I was the first one to him out of everybody that was on the lower deck and the upper deck that was even near him. He proceeds to lift his head up off of the dock, or the boards of the boat, the back of the boat, and his head just starts pouring blood. So my first instinct was, slap my hands onto the back of his head and, apply pressure. The best I could. I had him lay his head back down, so his head was, putting the pressure. My hands were, basically clogging the wounds. Apparently, his head had hit the railing, the engine box, then the railing again, the lower part of the railing. Split his head open in 3 places. So there's blood everywhere. It's all over me. It's all over him. It's all over the freaking back of the boat. So I keep him talking, as far as, his name, his birth date, what year, president, all that crap, just to keep him focused and conscious because he just suffered a massive head wound. I made sure he didn't move, and it was really, really entertaining because we had this guy on the boat who was a freaking paramedic, and even he froze. Compared to everybody else, you figured he'd be the first one there, and I'm the first one there. And I had no medical training at the time, except for, what I learned on House MD, TV show. And, story over, paramedics came on a boat, got him, bandaged him up, took him to the hospital. I talked to the cops. I'm in a bikini at the time. I am literally covered in this guy's blood. It wasn't until maybe 20 minutes after he left that I was like, oh, wow, that just happened. And then I had my momentary freak out. But the entirety of the event, I was just calm. I don't know why. I guess that's just my nature. really, really awesome story. I'm very proud of it. But I lack the ability to panic, and I don't know why. Maybe something's wrong with my brain. Yeah, y'all are laughing at me. I am in need of a 10th toe. I am short one, if anybody is willing to contribute. I can get 7,000 views because of a oh man, you guys are some funny guys.
I can't do it no more. I had to leave.
What?
I'm going back under my other account.
Oh, you had to leave there? I don't even know why. How could you? How could you go in there?
Oh, you know what? Okay. Go back to YouTube. Sign back out of this account. This is a backup account. One of many backup accounts. Sign out. I wish my mouse would hurt from come in.
You wish what?
I ordered a mouse. Or a chargeable mouse. And I'm waiting for my upgrade for my computer to come in. I'm going from a 128 gig to a 4 terabyte hard drive, and I'm gonna download me some video games.
Nice.
So me and the kids can play. They want me to play Call of Duty. I'm still learning how to play that one.
Yeah, I don't play as many video games as I used to.
I'm just learning how to do it. I usually do Roblox, but we all got Game Pass, so we can stay on the Xboxes.
Hey, has anybody seen Felicia lately?
No, ma'am. It's been quiet. Guess so, John. I hear you running his mouth.
Alright, I sent her a message. I'm checking on Alyssa too. I haven't heard from her in a hot minute. Since beginning of October.
I know. Same here. I talked to Sarah the other day.
I saw her in here earlier.
Was she here earlier?
Yeah. Yeah, she was in this
Cool.
morning. Okay. Well, I sent out messages. They're adults. They have lives. You know, not everybody lives on a YouTube channel like us. And we really live on here. Sometimes we have lives. Everybody has lives, so
Yep.
just like to check and drop lines. Have you heard from Dakota? I know he was
Nope.
super busy. Crazy stuff going on with that boy.
Yes.
Yes, we saw Bobby in here too, also today. Or last night, yeah. Sorry, not today, but last night.
Yeah, last night. Yep. I seen that.
I seen it. Speaking of, oh, yeah, I saw that the monkey thing on the cops. That was funny. Like, he better be careful, man. They got some sharp teeth. It's not something people want to mess with.
What's it with the monkeys all of a sudden?
From my understanding, it's kind of biblical. You know, the beast of the earth. It's a thing. So, we're going to take a quick intermission to listen to Mr. Dakota's song since he's not here.
R2 for ones, now one and done. Happy hours, whiskey sour. We had a good run, had some fun, but the truth keeps getting louder. I can see your lips moving, trying to say that we're over. Girl, I'm not disapproving, but right now I'm still sober. So I'ma need a cold beer if you're gonna stand here saying that you don't love me anymore. I'ma need a bar stool drinking like a darn full bulletproof till I hit the floor. I'ma need another round cause they're going down like they never have before. I'ma need a cold beer chugging while you stand here saying that you don't love me anymore. And you don't love me anymore. That second round started to drown your bad memory. I can see the light of day in that neon haze. It's getting pretty clear to me. So I'ma need a cold beer if you're gonna stand here saying that you don't love me anymore. I'ma need a bar stool drinking like a dirt full bulletproof till I hit the floor. I'ma need another round cause they're going down like they never have before. I'ma need a cold beer chugging while you stand here saying that you don't love me anymore. You don't love me anymore. No, and you don't love me anymore. Now the cute little blonde standing in the corner is looking my way. I'm full of ambition, I'm on a mission to forget this kind of pain. So I'ma need a cold beer if you're gonna stand here saying that you don't love me anymore. I'ma need a bar stool drinking like a dirt full bulletproof till I hit the floor. I'ma need another round cause they're going down like they never have before. I'ma need a cold beer chugging while you stand here saying that you don't love me anymore. You don't love me anymore. And you don't love me anymore. You don't love me anymore. And you don't love me anymore.
So that comes from our very own Dakota. He is at Dakota Moon Music. 2 underscores in between Dakota and music. That is him actually sitting at the bar in the photo. He was kind enough to let us listen to it and sent me the recording so I can play it with his permission on my channel whenever I like. So he's a very busy guy, so hopefully he can pop in soon and say hello. We do miss him.
I know he works at a vape shop.
Yeah. Well, he was also doing a lot of the writing and the music composition, trying to get the rest of his songs done, so I'm pretty sure he's been super busy with that.
Yeah.
Alrighty. I have a couple, I think one, maybe two, tinfoil hat articles. So, our tinfoil hat article, we actually have one article, and then we have a blurb from our tinfoil hat writer. Gotta get ready for this. It's so hard to read these without laughing, folks. The storm has arrived. Ukraine bombs Russia with U.S. missiles. Biden trying to start World War III. God is in control. Pray for Ohio foster children at risk for being forced into a child sex trafficking ring. Pray for Caitlin. Not sure where that Ohio foster thing came from. Everything else cool. Got it. Tracking. Kind of odd, but hey. So we have here the other article, the WEF Insider. The elite are planning World War III within weeks. Your life means nothing to them. The elite are planning World War III within weeks. The global elite are playing God with our lives, pushing the world to brink of annihilation to preserve their wealth, power, and twisted dystopian dreams. They don't care about you, your family, or the billions of lives hanging in the balance. They're ready to reduce the world to ash, to plunge us into nuclear winter, all for their greed and control. Their time is running out, and they know it. With Trump threatening their power and their corrupt empires exposed, the elite have accelerated their deadly agenda. And now, with Biden's approval for Ukraine to use U.S. long-range weapons inside Russia, they've crossed a line so dangerous, so catastrophic that humanity may not survive. This isn't a drill. This is the end game. 72 minutes to doomsday. The reality of nuclear annihilation. Think the threat of nuclear war is overblown? Think again. Military experts agree, in the event of a full-scale nuclear exchange, 60% of the global population, 5 billion people, will be dead in just over an hour. This isn't some dystopian movie. It's what the globalists are steering us toward. Cities across the world will be obliterated. Entire populations vaporized. Those unlucky enough to survive will endure radiation sickness so brutal that death would be a mercy. And the fallout? Nuclear winter will plunge the planet into darkness, starvation, and utter chaos. Crops will fail, economies will collapse, governments will disintegrate. Society as we know it will cease to exist. What will be left? A lawless wasteland where survival is a daily fight and humanity's future is reduced to ashes. Yet the elite are unmoved. They'll retreat to their luxury bunkers, sipping champagne while the rest of us burn. They don't care about you, they care about control. The death spiral toward World War III isn't just a risk anymore. It's a plan, a deliberate, calculated move by the global elite who see war as their final opportunity to reshape the world in their image. Ukraine is the powder keg, and the United States has just lit the match. For years, Ukraine has been the elite's playground, a hub for money laundering, corruption, and geopolitical manipulation. It's no coincidence that the war-torn country sits at the center of their schemes. By pushing the U.S. into this conflict, the elite are betting on the destruction of Russia, the chaos of nuclear war, and the collapse of global stability. And why? Because war is profitable. It's their ultimate power play to destroy the current order and rebuild it in their twisted vision. The elite's true agenda, control through chaos, this is the plan. The World Economic Forum has been telegraphing their intentions for years. A cashless society, total financial control under the guise of convenience, universal surveillance, your every move tracked and monitored, population control, decide who lives and who dies, a great reset, rebuild society as a dystopian hellscape where they hold absolute power. Do you really think they'll let a little thing like nuclear war stop them? On the contrary, it's the perfect opportunity. In a post-nuclear world where infrastructure is annihilated and people are desperate for survival, the elite will position themselves as saviors. They'll rebuild the world, but only on their terms. Digital IDs, mandatory health passports, and the end of individual freedoms are just the beginning. They want a world where you own nothing and they control everything. Nuclear war is not a failure to them. It's a means to an end. I had hoped that would have been funny. It wasn't funny. I don't agree with some of it, but no, that wasn't funny at all. So, an Israeli court has ruled that the Palestinian authorities must pay damages to Israeli victims of terrorism. Since the PA won't pay, the funds will be deducted from their frozen tax revenues. They have been ordered to pay $12.3 million to Israeli victims. That is not near enough. Winter storm warnings out in advance of bomb cyclone as it moves across the U.S., affecting northeast and mid-Atlantic states. Yes. That thing is freaking crazy.
Yeah, man-made big time. And there's talks about snow for the southeast. I'm like, yay. Not going nowhere.
Arizona will get nothing. We never do. So emergency power outages have been introduced in Kyiv, Odessa, the Dnipropetrovsk, and the Donetsk region, according to Ukrainian power monopoly DTEK. Apparently Russia has hit some very vital stuff.
Ебать! Что тут чудится? Пизда! Ебать!
No idea what that was, but pointless. Whoever does the filming in Ukraine compared to Israel, they need to take a lesson or two. I'm just saying.
I know.
Swear. So a dam was targeted in the Kremenchuk area. Their explosions were reported.
U.S. Department calls for breakup of Google and Chrome.
Yes.
Port fire.
Yep, to end their monopoly over controlling the internet and what everybody sees, because they have demonstrated pure biasness. Pure bias toward Republicans. So they want to try to break up their ability to control everything seen on the internet, because you can type in one thing and it will show you know, like we've gone over this a few times.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, they don't just let information be free and available. They develop algorithms to tell you what information they want you to see. And that is dangerous.
Yep.
I did see that, John. Yes. So this was a few minutes ago. Polish Air Force F-16s, along with the Visegrad group of NATO's aircraft, have been scrambled in response to Russia's ongoing missile attack on Ukraine. In a statement, the Polish Armed Forces Operational Command said, attention, due to another attack by the Russian Federation, which is carrying out strikes on objects located, among others, in Western Ukraine, Polish and Allied aircraft have begun operating in our airspace. In accordance with applicable procedures, the operational commander of the RSZ activated all available forces and resources at his disposal. The on-duty fighter pairs were scrambled, and the ground-based air defense and radar reconnaissance systems reached the highest state of readiness. The steps taken are aimed at ensuring safety in areas bordering the threatened areas. The operational command of the armed forces is monitoring the current situation, and its subordinate forces and resources remain in full readiness for immediate response. Yeah, they've done emergency shutdown of power in, let's see here, in the Zhytomyr region, Sumy region, the Poltava, Kiev City, Kiev region, Odessa, the Dnipro-Petrovsk region, and parts of Ukraine-controlled Donetsk region. So they're shutting down the power again. Multiple explosions in Dnipro and in Poltava. Belarusian President Lukashenko, Putin may help the Houthis strike American and British aircraft carriers, and they will be destroyed and sunk in response to decisions to strike deep inside Russia. Wow. I'm gonna play this. I don't know if it's in English or not, guys, but there are subtitles. Alright, so I'll have to read it for you guys, so give me a moment.
Don't we have a channel member that's got their grandson or their son on it?
What?
Don't we have a channel member that has their son or grandson on one of the destroyers in the Red Sea or something like that?
One of our, it was Gunny. He had his son with the on a naval unit that was in the Mediterranean for a while. I haven't seen Gunny in months, so I don't know what's going on there.
Me neither.
I do remember somebody was talking about having a child out there too. I can't remember who.
Me neither.
Alright, so Lukashenko is the Belarusian president, and he has some stuff to say. I'm going to read the subtitles as he says them, because sometimes the subtitles are kind of hard to read on small cell phone screens if that's what you're using. So he says, careful guys, I said, the Houthis might come to Putin and ask for coastal weapon systems that can carry out terrifying strikes on ships. And if he gets his revenge on you for supplying long-range weapons to Zelensky by supplying the Houthis with the Bastion missile system, I know this system. And what happens if an aircraft carrier is hit? A British one or an American one? An Anglo-Saxon one? Then what? Or what then? That's unacceptable for us, they said. But for Putin, it's unacceptable if you supply those long-range missiles and strike the whole of Russia. Very interesting. So isn't the EBS supposed to bust through like everything, even if you're on, streaming services? Because I have been stuck in my bed all day because I can't really walk anywhere. And my EBS didn't go off on my TV. So it's just local television, huh? Well, who has cable anymore? I don't. I don't know. I think. Mm,
I had Spectrum cable or Spectrum fiber, but I don't watch it. Hardly the kids do. My
um.
husband does. I don't.
Yeah, my mom and my uncle, they have DirecTV, so I guess that's as cable-y as they get. But other than that, everybody else I know is just streaming. Because there's
Yeah.
so many streaming services, you don't have to pay for anything. Like Tubi, it's totally free. You just have to watch some commercials. Yeah, no EBS came over anything in this area, at least that I know of.
I'm on YouTube with my boy CJ Fashion, which I'm waiting for him to drop another video. He has insane videos because he owns haunted properties.
Haunted properties.
Yes, he has one in Delaware, the Pocomoke Ranch.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't believe in hauntings, but I mean,
I lived in a haunted house, and trust me, it wasn't fun.
oh, I'm not saying that there is an activity. I'm just saying that it's not human spirits. That's what I mean.
No,
It's never human spirits because to be absent the body is to be present with the Lord. It's not human spirits. That's
no,
that's my take. I fully believe that yeah, houses are quote unquote haunted, but it's not humans.
no. I will say this: I will never ever live in another haunted house ever again my whole life.
Yeah, I'm good on all of that.
Cabinet doors opening, closing.
Nope, we're not going to talk about it.
Yeah, that's how.
Nope,
That's
not
how.
talking about it. Nope. Nope. We're going to watch a kitten playing with a touchscreen pad. That's what we're going to do.
That is that.
It's so cute. Man, I love it when pets watch TV. Their reactions are so freaking funny.
That's what Smokey does.
Oh, that is so awesome. Yeah, I watched one today. I don't know if you saw it, Danielle, with the dogs reacting to villains on TV.
I think I seen that. I sent you another one, a cute one.
Yeah, they are so freaking hilarious.
Poor cat.
Yep, and sometimes you're just so asleep you don't care.
That's all my cats do is sleep. I'll give them about another 30 minutes. They'll be up and they'll be wild. They'll have the zoomies.
Yeah, I saw something about the EBS and somebody else testing their stuff. I thought it was very odd, the timing, naturally, but that just goes to show that countries are starting to look at the situation as a possibility. Or sorry, probability. What I don't understand is how the EBS did not come through anything. It did not show up on TV. So unless it happened at between 4 p.m. and 4:15 p.m. Mountain Time, That was the only time that I was out of the house to get my kids. What is this? The KGB of Belarus has introduced a counter-terrorist operation regime in Grodno as part of exercises. Okay, great. I guess. You know, why the hell is Belarus popping up into any of this? That is just stupid. So, a drone was spotted above the Al Madain on the outskirts of Baghdad, Iraq. That's odd. That's an odd location. So, unless it was just, flying over from, I don't know, Yemen or something.
We have a State 21 United States Department of State, Baghdad, D. Halavan, Canada -8-300 over Baghdad right now. State 23 taking off from Amman going to Baghdad. Leonardo AW-139 in Al-Assad.
A weekly test of the emergency broadcast system? That's odd. Oh. Yeah, they do that on like radio commercials on the radio, like, yeah, weekly. They just go, dan, dan, and then they're done.
Oh, today's Wednesday, isn't it?
Yeah.
My radio go off about between 11 and 11:15 a.m. This is your knowing weekly testing.
Yeah, that happens all the time. That was nothing. I thought this was like supposed to hit the TVs and be all crazy and stuff.
Yeah, they talked about one that was supposed to happen between now and Christmas, but everything's been quiet.
So, looks like half the country is no longer under red alert for Ukraine. Cool. Alright, the crew of an Su-34 multifunctional supersonic fighter bomber of the Russian Aerospace Forces carried out a strike on personnel, armored vehicles, and a stronghold of the Ukrainian armed forces in the border area of the Kursk region. The strike was carried out on reconnoitated targets using aerial bombs with a universal planning and correction model. Having received confirmation from intelligence about the destruction of manpower, military equipment, and the stronghold of the Ukrainian armed forces, the crew safely returned to the departure airfield. So again, this is all just normal. This is not the response. That is my official position and stance on that. So, Isn't this interesting? This little fucker. Excuse my language. U.S. and Israel declared defeated by Iranian commander. The commander of the IRGC's Basir paramilitary has declared that the U.S. and Israel are now defeated. The defeat of the U.S. in the contemporary era in the West Asia region was its first major strategic defeat, he claimed. Wow. What an idiot.
Yeah, big time.
Wow. That is so funny. Like, we haven't even done anything to them. They don't even... They have no idea that the United States could freaking reduce their shit back to desert within the space of an afternoon.
Yep.
Like, go ahead. By all means. Claim your little victory over what? I don't even know how. The United States hasn't done anything to Iran. It's all been Israel. Huh. Oh, yeah. So, by the way, I'm going to show this picture really quick. The assholes, excuse my language, in the Senate tried to claim that this picture is of a Gazan child, that has been starving. We got data transmission.
Oh.
So, they're trying to say that this is a Gazan child. So, the fact is that that picture is not of a Gazan child. It is the boy in the picture, Fada, has a cystic fibrosis and requires advanced medical support. Israel facilitated his exit from Gaza to a U.S. hospital where he received the care that he needed. Israel is surging more aid into Gaza than international organizations are able to handle. There is currently a backlog of 850 trucks worth of aid inside Gaza waiting to be distributed. This is the lies that the frickin' left is peddling in the Senate. That is fricking disgusting for them to do. But I'm not surprised.
Unbelievable. North Carolina Hurricane Helene victims had someone come in and build 100 tiny homes as a donation. Victims were living in them, and the county comes in and says they won't pass inspection and kicks them out. So we have 75 of them sitting down there that won't, that we can't live in. We can't do nothing with them. Burns County, North Carolina. In this video, a camp director reveals the county shut down 100 newly donated tiny homes and needed for those in need.
And all these groups are coming down.
And I'm going with that emoji there as well.
And they're building these tiny homes that don't have to be
I
inspected.
sent you the video to it.
I'm playing it.
They do have to be inspected. We're finding that out. And in fact, we had a person to donate 100 of them down in Barnesville, and we got 25
I
of
can
them
barely
put up.
hear it. Hold on.
And all these groups are coming down here, and it's a nice thought. Yeah. And they're building these tiny homes that don't have to be inspected, so it's a shed with an outlet.
They do have to be inspected. We're finding that out. And in fact, we had a person to donate 100 of them down in Barnesville, and we got 25 of them put up, for people to live in, and which was better than the dirt.
Well, of course.
And so they were living in them, and the county comes in and says they won't pass inspection. You can't do it.
Yeah.
So we got 75 of them sitting down there that we can't do nothing with.
And we know I know like volunteers that have been coming in like every other week, every weekend, things like that are coming back, and they're bringing all this material, all these tools. They've got like already kits pretty much cut out to just put them together real quick. And I'm like, I've tried to tell them, like, people are not going to be able to live in these, and it's like maybe one person could live in there, and it's not living.
It's better than a tent. I mean,
it is better than a tent for sure.
I haven't seen anything. Give me a moment. I'm still going through the first news cycle. Oh yeah, we're gonna listen to this real quick while I look for it.
Today's hearing will be one final attempt by the majority to use all their same false talking points, that the Biden administration purposefully created a border crisis and lost, in quotes, lost tens of thousands of children, all of which we know is wrong by the facts. And I'm sure the Secretary will address this as well. But let's just be clear, these children are not lost.
Yeah. So we got here, U.S. ready for nuclear war. A spokesman for the U.S. Department of Defense's Strategic Command, STRATCOM, Rear Admiral Buchanan, said the U.S. would allow an exchange of nuclear strikes if it retained part of its arsenal to further deter potential adversaries. How does that make any sense? A spokesman for the U.S. Department of Defense's Strategic Command, Rear Admiral Buchanan, said the U.S. would allow an exchange of nuclear strikes if it retained part of its arsenal to further deter potential adversaries. Okay, I'm turning that down because that's very loud. Wow. Okay. Let me continue to look for that news. So I see bomb cyclone kills at least 2, leaves more than 1.8 million without power in the United States and Canada. That is all that I see. Let's see here. So yeah, it's just saying, that power's been knocked out to the Pacific Northwest and Canada's British Columbia on Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. That was 4 hours ago, 2 hours ago. So this is the earliest one that I can find. So it's dragging an atmospheric river with it. The severe weather expected to last through the end of the week as a bomb cyclone drags along a plume of moisture-filled air called an atmospheric river, bringing with it heavy rain, life-threatening flooding, strong winds, and higher elevation mountain snow to the west coast. The Weather Channel reported the storm easily surpassed the criteria needed to become a bomb cyclone and become one of the strongest storms on record in the area. A bomb cyclone, a potent cold season coastal storm that's so named due to its explosive strength is colloquially known as a winter hurricane. Such storms undergo an intensification process known as bombogenesis, which is a quick drop in atmospheric pressure marking the strengthening of the storm, according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Bombogenesis is said to occur when a storm's central barometric pressure drops at least 24 millibars in 24 hours. A millibar is a way of measuring pressure. The lower the pressure, the more powerful the storm. Some of the most intense winter storms to batter the country's coast have been bomb cyclones. I don't care about all of that. Don't care. So Shasta and Susukio counties and other parts of the Pacific Northwest could face damaging wind gusts, feet of mountain snow, and heavy rain that could trigger flooding, mudslides, rock slides, and avalanches, according to the National Weather Service. Redding could get up to 8 inches of rain, and at least a foot of snow could fall on Mount Shasta. That's northwest. That's California, Northern California, Southwest Oregon, up to 15 inches of rain. And then northward through Western Oregon and Washington, according to the Weather Channel. Don't care about that. Yeah, that's really about it. So over the next few days, we're just going to see things potentially worsen for the Pacific Northwest as that atmospheric river combination with this cyclone moves north. Washington power outage map. Bomb cyclone knocks out power to nearly 400,000 homes and businesses. Um, 8 hours ago, Washington was slammed, leaving 600,000 without power. So, it's hit or miss information here and there. This is a time lapse of today's eruption in Iceland. Well, the first snows are falling in Ukraine and Russia, so fighting is going to slow down, at least land-wise. Aerial, it will still continue. But their winter is there, and so I have this interesting video here to play for you guys. This is called it's called a throwback.
But I want to ask you about something you've been involved with. You said that if the President of the United States had launched an attack on Iran without congressional approval, that would have been an impeachable offense. Do you want to review
Absolutely.
that comment you made? Well, how do you stand on that now?
Yes,
do you think
I do. I want to stand by that comment I made. The reason I made the comment was as a warning. The reason I don't say those things lightly, Chris. You've known me for a long time. I was chairman of the Judiciary Committee for 17 years, or its ranking member. I teach separation of powers and constitutional law. This is something I know. So I got together and brought a group of constitutional scholars together to write a piece that I'm going to deliver to the whole United States Senate, pointing out the president has no constitutional authority to take this nation to war against a country of 70 million people unless we're attacked or unless there is proof that we are about to be attacked. And if he does, I would move to impeach him. The House obviously has to do that, but I would lead an effort to impeach him. The reason for my doing that, I don't say it lightly. I say it because they should understand that what they were threatening, what they were saying, what was adding up to be, what looked like to the rest of the world what we're about to do, would be the most disastrous thing that could be done at this moment in our history that I can think of.
Wow, isn't it so odd that Joe Biden says that and then as president he turns around and does it? It's almost like he's not running the country. That is so bizarre. Just very, very interesting. Just saying. What do I know, right?
To Donald Trump about the money we could spend on Ukraine. We're talking $40 billion a year, which is about 5% of the U.S. defense budget. Our defense budget, $800 billion, $40 billion, about 5%. For that amount of money, we are breaking the phalanx of Russia's military. Those are the best dollars we have ever spent in defense. And point two, all that money, that $40 billion a year, that's not a check we're handing Zelensky. All that money is paid to U.S. defense contractors, making our defense industrial base stronger. Russia gets weaker. To Joe's point, final thought, the Russians today are spending 35% of their GDP on defense. That is not a prescription for long-term growth.
Yeah, Willie, this is a generational impact on Russia. And yes, it's helped U.S. businesses.
Yes, it is, in one word, for President Trump, it's leverage. This is terrific leverage. You put a small amount of money in, and you get massive effect. This is a good deal for the United States.
So speaking of the president-elect,
that sounds like money laundering to me. So that's their pitch, though, folks. To sell. Oh, Danielle.
That's been the whole thing the whole time is money laundering.
Yeah, they do the sales pitch that it's great for American business to pay $40 billion to Ukraine so they can turn around and spend it right back in the United States on military equipment and contractors and so on and so forth. Ukraine has just announced through its foreign ministry that it will not accept any peace proposal that compromises the country's territorial integrity and sovereignty. So I assume that a peace deal is out of the question for now, until Trump comes in and tells him, "Hey, absolutely no more money for you, little man," and then he has no choice but to agree. Because at that point, Russia's just going to walk right all over him.
Innocent people getting killed for what?
I'm sorry, what? I was reading something. What is up?
Innocent people getting killed for nothing.
Exactly. We got red alerts. Kareem Shalom. 1 dot. That was an interesting location, though. That was south. Near Egypt. So, this area right here, this is the border of Egypt. This is Rafah. This is Khan Yunis. So that is a very, very interesting little location. They still got more work to do. Alright, I think I've gotten through everything now. Once. I think. Okay. Yep, power outages in the Zhytomyr and Sumy regions after power outages in Kyiv, Odessa, and the Dnipropetrovsk due to a Russian missile attack. I'm so getting better at these names. Sorry. It makes me happy.
What's going on? Are we in war? We're not yet.
I mean, technically, we you know, it's a matter of semantics, but technically, yes. In the sense that we program the missiles that Ukraine launches into Russia, then yes, we are. If you don't count that, then no, we're not.
I'm going back to Olive Garden season. Excuse me 1 second. I got my mute my mic because I don't think anybody wants to hear this.
Copy.
Sorry about that, folks. My kid is supposed to be in bed. He's up. And he knows he's supposed to be sleeping. And he's the one that can stress me to the point where I literally have chest pains because of him. Then he laughs about it. He thinks it's funny.
Alrighty. Made it through there.
Now I just got through my news cycle. Now I can go back through it all again. It's coming in quick too.
Yeah, no, it took me hours to get through it today. It's taken me hours every damn day versus before it was like boom boom, we're done in like 3 hours.
I know.
That's not the case anymore. Yeah, so like I said, folks, the retaliatory strike by Russia is coming. This isn't it. This was a routine attack against Ukraine. The attack that's coming for them is gonna, yeah, it's not gonna be good. And if Russia decides to follow their doctrine, it's not gonna be good for us either.
No, unfortunately.
Now keep in mind that Russia's doctrine does state that, you know, it doesn't have to be a direct hit to the United States soil. It can be to any American asset anywhere in the world. So, them attacking on United States soil is obviously gonna be a major escalation, which does throw us into point-blank war with Russia and our NATO allies. So I'm more than likely, if they were to attack something, it's going to be an asset that is not American soil. Granted, the United States would still go after them. You know, it's like when the Houthis, you know, hit a ship or they try to hit one of our military bases, we go in and blanket bomb them and call it a day. It's going to be something similar, I think, to that. Initially. But either way, they do that, they're still basically saying, okay, cool, we're at war with you. Alright. Let's see here. Okay, what do you mean from inside Gaza or from Yemen? I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm missing stuff in a conversation here on the chat.
Oh, you talk about the strike, DC?
Ow.
I think so, trying.
Yeah, I mean, all the reports I saw just said that they've lost power. It doesn't say whether it's been restored or not.
Another man-made storm.
Yeah, two. Yeah, there's only been 2 deaths. I'm seeing mixed numbers, BC. That I see 400,000, 600,000. I saw the 750,000. Between the United States and Canada, they're saying it's 1.8 million without power. The reports are very not accurate right now. Oh, you meant Ukraine? Are they still without power? Yes. Yes, they lost power about an hour ago. So so the areas they lose power, and that's bizarre. Nope, okay, that's why. Yeah, they lost power, yeah, about an hour or so ago. They shut off the power to preserve it, because they have areas that have been damaged. And I gotta find a
And Washington right now, Washington State, 372,899 customers out.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Except that's going to be out for a while.
Because Renee is not so much at they still have power.
It's off right here, son. Western part of North Carolina.
It's not like full on North Carolina.
Mm-mm.
I think I know. I was confused.
I'm on the U.S. power outage map.
Alan apparently said I needed some. I figured like it was up when I was in the kitchen doing the pineapple.
I swear that boy got some cute hearing now. He hears the word food, he come running.
Mm-hmm. That's why I say food. He up out of bed, instantly awake. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
That's my son-in-law, Seth.
They kidnapped me.
Can't kidnap the willing.
Now watch.
Damn it. There's so many people I do that to. I swear, I thought one of them was gonna call the damn cops. You know, at the hospital with that's a young kid that me. She knew that she was about to call the cops.
Are you on zip?
Yeah.
No.
What is that one?
I'm gonna show you. This is the one we're talking about.
In Alaska?
Mm-mm. I'm gonna go to Northern.
I can't read it. So. I'm ready for it to snow. Uh-huh. I want to go build me a snowman.
People in the South can't drive.
Well, because I can't build a snowman in the front yard.
Trying to hello.
Hello. I am surprised people don't have to spell my name correctly.
Well, if it does snow, we're gonna buy some inner tubes.
I'm driving a four-wheeler.
We're gonna hook you behind the four-wheeler, and we're gonna go tubing in snow.
Oh, have you ever been tubing in actual water?
No.
It's fun. Because when you get kicked in the chest and you lose your air and you start drowning because you can't breathe and you can't swim because you got kicked in the chest.
I want to go one day, but
oh hell, you like my back's hurting, my leg, my body.
I'm more worried about a snake biting me.
Oh no, well, we went in the White Lake and there ain't no snakes, nothing in there. That shit was fun.
Everywhere you go here in South Carolina, there's snakes or gators.
Look, we were going by my old ex-boyfriend. He had a jet ski that went by like 100. It was brand new. We took it. He turned sharp. He threw his cell. Everybody off the jet ski. It was like two people on the jet ski. With everybody on the two just went skipping across the water. I'm happy to almost on my game. Blackout 6. I'm gonna
you okay?
Yeah, I was just dealing.
What?
North Korean soldiers in Russia have been enrolled in the Marines and the Air Force. DW reports with reference to a report by the National Intelligence Service of South Korea. According to South Korean intelligence, about 11,000 North Korean soldiers were transferred to the Kursk region after completing training for adaptation to local conditions in northeastern Russia. Before being sent to the combat zone, part of the military was trained in combat tactics and response to drones. Some of them have already participated in hostilities. Among them are dead and wounded. According to the NIS, Pyongyang also supplies Moscow with long-range artillery, including 170mm self-propelled howitzers and 240mm MLRSs. We just have to have the evidence. For Ukraine, emergency power outages will also operate in Kyiv and the Odessa region, the Dnipropetrovsk region, and the Donetsk region. Numerous U.S. ATACMs pledged to Ukraine expired in 2015. So some of the aging ATACMs in American military inventory, which were promised for delivery to Ukraine, expired as early as 2015. To extend their service life, the U.S. invested more than $1 billion? Are you kidding me? More than $1 billion, according to calculations by Sputnik based on Pentagon financial documents. During fiscal year 16, which began on October 1st of 2015, the U.S. Army had spent $30.1 million to modify 10 expired ATACMS assets and reset their contractual service life. Since the ATACMS had a 10-year service life, the 10 missiles modified in 2015 are expected to expire again in 2025. There's more, but I'm not going to read it. That's just dumb.
So maybe they're good then.
No, they're okay. They're not gonna. Yeah, they'll be fine. They may not exactly go where they want them to go, but hey, they'll still work.
The S word not allowed.
Well, I don't know if you want to keep things going for a little bit. I was gonna go do a couple things if you have some stuff you want to cover with everybody else, or we can just throw music on. It's your preference.
Well, our news comes to a stop.
Well, there's still stuff kind of pulling in right now. It's trickling, but it's not overwhelming.
No.
So, it's up to you. I'll be about 10-15 minutes, maybe.
Seth wants to know how's your foot doing.
It hurts.
The rate I'm saying, guys, at least you didn't get your fingers cut by an axe by your own brother.
No, definitely have not had my fingers axed by my brother. That would be an experience.
I didn't even feel it. I didn't even cry. I just looked at it and started laughing.
That makes you a special kind of somebody. Good pain tolerance.
I haven't been through so much surgery, it's not even funny.
Yeah, surgeries are something else.
I'm done with surgeries. I'm not getting no more if I ain't got to.
Yeah, I pretty much, unless it's a absolute, I'm good on it. I've had 7 or 8 of them. I'm good.
I've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 surgeries. I'm done.
Alright, girl, it's up to you. You want to keep reading stuff? You can. I'll be back very, very shortly. If not, we can just throw on music.
Same thing we just went through. Oh, Biden wants to cancel over 4.5 billion of Ukraine.
Yep. He wants to forgive it. It was a loan. And now he wants to forgive it because that's what Biden likes to do. He likes to forgive people's loans and make other people pay for it.
Money laundering. That's what we've been saying. We'll just throw some South Carolina. That's right, BC. These people here in the South cannot drive in the snow or ice, let alone rain. Trust me. The last time we had snow, we had no choice. We had to go out. We were very careful. But people are still cutting people off left and right, slamming brakes. I'm like, yep. Because I know we're doomed for a snowstorm. The Weather Channel keeps saying sometime next week around Thanksgiving. White Christmas? Yeah, I'm good with that. Dusting, I'm fine with. Dusting. That's all I want. Just a little bit of dusting. Not inches, not feet. Just a slight dusting.
You hear that making this talking?
Okay, hold on.
Looking for a piece of wood for pop-ups. And then now he's about to redo the whole back room. So.
Oh, this weekend, I'm going to be down for a couple hours because I've got to redo my desk. It is about to drive me up the wall with wires coming out of everywhere possible.
Well, let's
Plus,
see
I'm
who.
setting speakers in for the big computer.
Let's see who fault that is. You got 1, 2, 3 computers, keyboards, 3 mouses, an Xbox controller. Let's see what else. You got your little computer for your play your game on. Your SDR, your fan for your radio, your radio, whatever the hell that thing is underneath the radio. Another fan. Speakers, your Alexa, and then your 4th computer.
Which one? Oh, up there.
And then you got your printer there, your soundbar, your TV, your heater lamp. Oh, damn, I'm going to have to help you with this. And don't forget about all the wires underneath it.
I've got 4 coaxes coming in out the window.
Hot damn. You got your damn Wi-Fi box going this way towards the computers. The other Wi-Fi going this way. That was Spectrum that did that. Thank you. Well, you always can rearrange it.
It's getting close to the 80s in Arizona.
Oh, that's where Anthony did. He lives in Tucson, Arizona.
That's where Cassandra's at in Phoenix.
Anthony's in Tucson.
Yeah, the next 2 days will be 78 degrees.
Good grief.
And then it goes 71, 74, 71, 72, 71, 67, 66, 65. And that's what it does. It will just go up and down like that for the rest of the winter. It gets super cold, then it gets super warm, super cold, super warm. It freaking sucks.
This is a slap in the face. We were 75 degrees, 59. Tonight's 42, 59 tomorrow, 38 for a low. Friday 55, Friday night 35, Saturday 62, Saturday night 36, Sunday 66. You've got to be kidding me. Monday 71, Tuesday 70. Yep, BC, that is right. Money laundering. Oh. I guess my cat will be sleeping in the house for a couple of nights. And I'm not going to sleep outside in them temperatures. The activity of enemy tactical aviation in the northeastern direction. The threat of using aviation weapons. I guess we're coming back for another round. Okay, Snoop Constant Phoenix is now in Utah. We have a NATO plane leaving Yuma, going back to Brussels. Cool. He's in Wyoming right now. We still have the drone of New Jersey or Delaware. Yeah, Delaware. Royal Air Force, their C-17 took off out of Charleston. That might be who I've seen tonight flying around, playing out here. It's fun to watch them out here playing. All right, we got here. All right, we got a Russian plane. Took out a Ufa. Yakolev Yak 42. What are you? Mid-range passenger jet. Still had a Pakistan border patrol up. Still got the one inbound for Tel Aviv. He's in the Caspian Sea. He's going to come through Tehran and come around. We got activity in the Persian Gulf again. An unknown plane, don't know who it belongs to, what country it belongs to, don't know nothing about it, other than being a Boeing 747-412F. That's all I can tell you about it. Draken, Europe, Dassault Falcon 20, taken out of Taft, then towards Saudi Arabia. The Israeli military issued evacuation orders for large areas of the villages of Baharahi, Shemali, Ahashi, Masuik, and South Lebanon. Beyonce canceled her show this weekend. The people are starting to wake up. I said it at XX. She's great for y'all when she gets back. For all I care, Beyonce, she could take a flying leap. But she's not allowed in this house. A large number of Russian Tu-95 Street bombers have fired cruise missiles against Ukraine. Massive explosions are ringing out across the country as millions of people take shelter underground. Good night, Colette. Gruesome just bought a $9.1 million home in one of the wealthiest parts of California. Did you know he owns over 19 more properties? Gruesome owns 12,000 square foot, purchased for $3.7 million back in 2018 in Fair Oaks, California. 19 additional properties. He owns a massive amount of land with 3 properties that are 5 million square feet each. For your reference, 5 million square is equivalent to about 100 acres. Of course. And a volcanic eruption in Iceland again. Just a quick rundown. Ukraine Air Defense Forces have intercepted and destroyed 2 drones flying over the Rostov and Volgorod regions overnight, Defense Ministry said. A fire broke out at an industrial facility in the Konstantinovsky district of the Rostov region after a drone crashed. It was quickly extinguished. Vladimir Putin's direct line to a press conference will take place on a Thursday in December. Media from non-friendly countries will be allowed to attend Putin's big press conference in December. The Kremlin respects journalists from non-friendly countries working in Russia and tries to help them maintain balance. Merkel wrote in her memoirs that Trump was fascinated by Putin. Extracts from the book were published by the Daily Die. At least 66 people were killed and more than 100 wounded in an Israeli strike on the Kamal Adwan Hospital in the Gaza Strip, Al Jazeera television reported. The administration of the United States President Sleepy Joe Poopy Pants Biden plans to forgive parts of Ukraine $4.65 billion in debt. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has proposed to the United States to jointly exploit natural resources, including deposits in territories ceded to Russia, Polish daily portal Obrani reports. Kentucky Senator Rand Paul becomes the first Republican senator to come out openly against Trump's mass deportation plan, saying only 15,000 violent criminals should be targeted for deportation. He suggested that instead illegal immigrants should be given work visas. I say deport them all. If I got in BC, it's like he's heading for Belgium. P8 just took off from Sigonella and towards Italy. Stratotanker went right to town, now in Italy. Not sure where he's going. C-17 left Camp Springs, is now in Montana. Stratotanker left Spokane, Washington. He's in San Francisco, spoke to San Francisco. C-17 left Kentucky and toward Mexico. Argentina Air Force and towards Nicaragua. And it's got a weird name, FAG-046. C-17 left Tampa, Florida. He's now in South America. Looks like he might be going to Rio de Janeiro. Yeah, I've been watching 1413. But what's strange is I haven't seen Black Cat out. Cyprus government heading to China. Russia's Special Flight Squadron, RWZ-019, still inbound to Tel Aviv. I want to know why he's going to Tel Aviv. All right, we got a C-5M inbound towards Bulgaria. Not sure where he's going to go. New civil lawsuits have been filed against rapper Sick Diddy. According to ABC, he's accused of committing several assaults, among other things. In one of the lawsuits, a man who is 39 years old at the time of the incident claims it happened in a 2022 party hosted by him. Another plaintiff is an actor. He was abused in the late 90s and early 2000s. In addition to the two men, a woman has filed the new claim. That's one sick individual right there. Sick, twisted individual.
been. Or just shorten this one.
Who was that one that sung with Billy Cyrus?
Who?
That one.
African American guy?
Yeah.
Red. Sometimes black and blonde. XX. Fashion. Why?
Little Nas X.
She didn't sing to her. That ain't Lil Nas X. That's P. Diddy.
Yeah, but he's part of it.
Oh. I said, he's talking about Lil Nas XX Confessional. He did.
I know that because something else did, but Little Nas X.
I know he's one. So I was saying, I think him and Billie Eilish had a thing going. Because when X died, she went there bawling her eyes out.
I don't know. I just don't want to read that Alan Jackson passed away. I'm waiting for that one to come out anytime because he's been sick real bad. And I love Alan Jackson to death. While they was at the Pick Apart place, I was playing with the 80s country music.
You know what? You don't know. There's no more. Anything. There's no more. Anything. 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 What about side? Right side got one on the right side. Because I ain't really doing people.
I don't know. I don't like going to Charleston. Not during rush hour traffic. Mm-mm.
So we gotta do the same thing you did.
Yeah, that's what I want to look up. The Hellcat truck.
The John's Lamb, your ex. I said like that. I toasted. Tuesday. John's Lamb, your ex. John Northstar.
That's what that comes through here.
Yeah.
Okay, so his name is going to be Hellcat. Hellraiser. That's what we're going to name him. Because he'll stomp him when he gets dirt the driveway. And they'll go next door neighbor's house.
Yeah, that's that like that.
Okay. Yeah, I just learned something new. I knew you had the Hellcat car, but I didn't know they had a Hellcat truck.
And a Hellcat. You do. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's it. But that's find out. I had to find out. Your squad, how much? If you buy much, they got a Jeep. It said a Hellcat in it. Bring out the Ringo. That's how guys think it. What?
You know who we haven't heard from?
What?
Latimer.
No way. Hey, Hellcat, sit by six. I went over. I could sit by six. I know. Dodge. Your ex, sit by six.
A lot of money in that one.
This one. But so $4, that's it.
We coming home tonight. I had a truck went by us, and that thing was super loud. I had no clue what it was. So my husband says, that's a Hellcat truck. I'm like, huh? I know they had the car, but not a truck.
Yeah, demo
IDF downs Lebanon drone. Issues evacuation for Tyre neighborhoods ahead of strikes. Cool. State TV of Belarus reported on the opposition in the West plan to attack 4 territories in the southwest of the country. Armed groups from Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine were going to be involved. It is noted that according to the plan, Belarus should be first attacked by gangs of nationalists, then mercenaries, and NATO forces will be brought in. Polish special services are helping to prepare the militants for the attack. Okay. That is a weird noise. Okay. Can y'all hear that? There's a weird noise on 11175.
Let me double check. I know they were really staticky, so I turned them down a little bit, but no, nothing.
It's on my end.
That's all I hear is just the static.
This ring is very touchy.
Okay, so I don't know if this is true, guys. Ukraine says Russia launched the intercontinental ballistic missile toward Dnipro on Thursday morning, marking Moscow's first use of such weaponry in war. And that just came in.
That's the third time I've seen it. I mentioned it. I went ahead and mentioned it because it's the third time I've seen it. I was waiting for somebody else to mention it, but I got it 3 times on my end, so I went ahead and mentioned it. They had that one, and they had several other missiles and cruise missiles, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm very careful with like Info Elite or Intel Sky or anything like that, but this was off of a verified source, so okay. Well, it obviously didn't do too terribly much for the amount of non-reporting there is.
I know.
But, of course, we'll never see it. We'll never see the actual events, you know?
Where's your keys are full? No, Dad. I need to borrow the keys to get something to drink. Thank you, Mother.
I love my son-in-law. I swear.
Oh, tell Marcy about the scam call where he was talking pretty accent.
Oh, we had a scam call come on my husband's phone. I let my son-in-law answer it, Seth. I gave it to him, and he was talking in a British language, which is pretty cool. And the guy on the other side was like, okay, that's pretty cool.
And he started talking with him in British.
The guy on the other end started talking British to him, trying to sell him a Kia or insurance.
No, he was asking, are you still driving a Kia? And then Seth said, no, I drive my bicycle around the world. I go to France, Paris.
It sounds like fun. It's always fun to do the different accents and mess with them a little bit.
Yeah, I'm getting tired of these scammers. They're really getting on my last nerve.
It made that scammer gay, though. He was busting out laughing.
Just make the scammer laugh.
That one dude had his damn TV going, and I couldn't hear shit. I said, cut you the fucking TV down. I can't hear shit.
All right, Danielle. Have a good night.
Can try.
She ain't gonna go to bed until like 7 o'clock in the morning.
I gotta be up at 8 o'clock in the morning. What are you talking about?
That's not the best. So, try this again. I know it's fuzzy. You know, they definitely keep things. As secretive as possible. But, so they think. So this was a massive impact in the Dnipropetrovsk, Ukraine area. Sources allege that this is a strike from a non-nuclear ICBM. The situation is still unclear, but if true, this would represent a bold statement from Russia, a reminder to the West that the bear still has claws. I don't know if this is the ICBM. That was a lot of strikes for an area. It's so possible, guys. I don't know what else to say about this. I'm searching to see if there's anything else, guys. Video-wise. So yeah, this video, from what I'm gathering, was the ICBM. This did hit in the Dnipropetrovsk area. I just got to learn to say that a little bit faster. But that is the ICBM falling. Obviously, it was non-nuclear. It was conventional. So, again, this is not the retaliation. This was just a test. You know, that's very odd. The brightness at the very end. That was a very long delay. So let me recount. So that ICBM carries 6 BC. That one at the end, that's either a leftover or that was additional, like pillars or something like that. But it's the same explosion type. So maybe it's 7. That's just a very long delay between that one falling. Yeah, I was thinking a ceasefire 2 BC. They say peace, then comes sudden destruction. Okay, I just wanted to share that really quickly. I gotta try to get myself to sleep, but my mind is a million places right now. I'm sure I will wake to more videos and some more details in regards to what just happened. And again, my stance is that this is not the retaliatory strike. This was just a test. Yeah, I counted 6, but that bright one at the end was 7. So I'm not sure if that was a delay or one fell and it didn't blow up until after the fact, or was it a different missile that had nothing to do with the ICBM? No idea.
lundi, mardi, mercredi, jeudi, vendredi, samedi, dimanche. Pour le faire à deux, lundi, mardi, mercredi, jeudi, vendredi, samedi, dimanche. Pas de faire à deux.